Hi. Hey. Hi, guys. Hi. It's skycat.live, and it's 9:10 a.m. in the morning on a 3/19/2024. That's some ungodly mid of the weekday. That is a Tuesday, 9 a.m. the 19th of March, and we are doing some gaming. Today I will be playing Final Fantasy XI, EvE Online, some Mortal 2, probably some Fortnite, and some whatever the fuck else. I'm here to smile in your face. And then I'm gone. And here we go. I am playing some Final Fantasy XI. I was listening to my own video, but I stopped doing that, and we will go on about what else I was doing here. We are watching a bunch of videos about how I guess I'm really a lot more aware of what's going on in the video game scene than anybody else, even the media, because I apparently predicted what was going to happen with the Unity debacle 3 to 5 months before it happened. And apparently about 2 months before the easy anti-cheat thing, which happened yesterday, I predicted that. I was like, anything with easy anti-cheat is going to have a really bad time soon. And I did. I've done this on streams. If I were to go back somewhere throughout the thousands of hours in the last, like, 6 weeks or whatever, somewhere in there, you're going to find me talking about how easy anti-cheat is a problem now, and that the games are incompatible with each other, and that those EAC hooks are actually a very bad security, malicious risk. And all this other stuff. And sure enough, I woke up yesterday to a Apex Legends tourney being hacked in real time by some 15-year-old piece of shit loser, and the community's all a tizzy about that. And so I've been watching. I woke up today at 4 in the morning, and I just watched a whole bunch of videos about this. Just kind of trying to pick what I was going to show on my stream. And yeah. I was trying to get to history. Sorry, their layout is a little bit weird from my Asperger's brain. There we go. So we're gonna do 2 breakdowns here. Yeah, the Apex Legends vulnerabilities. But I'm looking for the Some Ordinary Gamers. Yep, there we go. We're going to watch 2 videos about this, comprising about an hour. We're going to do the most...
Incoming tell.
Oh, hey, good timing. XP Party, do you need it? Yes, I do, Evil Wing. Yes, I do. Yes, please. I will tank for you. Yes, I will. Can I get, like, ammo? Isn't there, like, some ammo thing I can do? See all evil. He is not in a party yet. Okay. Eco Warrior. BCNMODS looking for members. Legionnaire Circlet. Brett's
Incoming party invite.
Okay. Hello. And now are we going? Come on, money. Yes. Why do I have so much money? It's that Great Axe I bought. Yeah, fuck that Great Axe. I want that money back. Yeah. Give me that money back. Yeah. Great Axe rental came through 20K that I wasn't expecting. That's good. That's real good. 76K. That's real good for me. I'd probably go buy like the rest of whatever fucking things are on the auction house. If you were a cook, could probably charge double. Yeah, is this everything? Yeah, I'm all set for everything, yeah. The Justice Badge can go away in my Mog wardrobe, I believe, except that's full. Adult X +1. No, that's a single level 20 axe. And then that shell shield is probably worthless. I really don't see using that again. If I do, I'll buy one. That beetle earring. Yeah, I want to tack as opposed to. I mean, I don't know. I know it's counterproductive to take evasion away, but I mean, I got some for my pants or whatever. Oh yeah. Do I have any other pants or anything? No. The hat's dumb. I better go put on the. I better go spend some Bastock credit to buy a hat because that's like kind of a problem I've got. Maybe I should switch white mage to black mage so I can just warp and teleport. Yeah, I can't teleport out of here. Oh yes, I can. I don't want to ride to Metalworks though. I think I will actually go teleport first. What were we doing? We were... Don't play Apex Legends right now. What he really means by this is don't play anything EAC if you've got a mortal enemy who doesn't like you enough to attack you and maybe catch a federal beef, you know? Because anybody abusing fucking EAC cheats right now is probably going to catch a federal beef. This will anger... This is like somebody kicked the hornet's nest. So anybody trying to abuse EAC cheats to take over gamers' lives right now are probably face a harsher sentence than they normally would because you can tell the government's pissed about this. And so the government's not pissed about this, but the software scene is. It's the idea of it being that intrinsically malicious is something that the entire world is a little bit worried about. So yeah, I imagine whoever gets caught for this is going to catch a bad sentence. His name is Destroyer 2009. Destroyer 2009 is the person who did all this. It's unfortunate.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar.
Real piece of shit. No, I mean, the rest of his life is worthless. His friends won't like him. His family won't like him. You know, if he has any, I doubt it. You know, and they'll be hunting. The government will hunt him. It's a piece of shit. It's one of the worst pieces of shit that you know. When you think about criminals, there's I'd say there's a fine line that cuts right down the middle of it. Violent ones and non-violent ones. And as far as non-violent criminals go, this kind of black hat hacking is about the worst non-violent crime gets, you know, in terms of how much it scares people. And so yeah, they're gonna hunt his ass like the Boston Marathon bomber.
And today we gotta look at one of the wildest things that had happened, ladies.
Because this shit scares all the rich white people real bad. And when you kick the hornet's nest, you might think it's for the lulz or the credit when you're 15 years old, you're small brain, smooth brain, don't have enough life experience to understand that there's no reward here for the amount of risk you're taking or any of that stupid shit that this 15-year-old kid did when he bragged and dropped names and all this. And so they'll hunt him across the fucking land and they'll catch him too. But I mean, it's just sort of funny.
Gentlemen. Now, I do a lot of virus investigating, I do a lot of malware stuff on my channel, but I love when malware and video games combine.
I don't.
Because honestly, that's like two of my favorite things, and boy, this one was wild. Now, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday you probably heard about the Apex Legends Global Series. Now, Apex
No, I
Legends
didn't.
Global Series, pretty big finals tournament, and in North America, it seems like 2 players literally had hacks installed on their system.
I thought he
as
was gonna
they
say
were
2
playing
players
live.
care.
It's an insane story.
2 players
The
actually
footage to
care.
watch over here and like actually witness. It's pretty insane.
Where?
Like below here, on my ping. I knocked him there.
So okay, here we go. So now watch. Something you got to watch here. There's no ESP yet, or whatever, wall hack, whatever you want to call it. It's ESP. ESP is how they do this, but it's about to be turned on. You're going to see all of a sudden all of their dots are going to be revealed. There it is. See it? There it is. And then you're going to see the guy who took credit right here in the chat saying Apex Hacking Global Series by Destroyer 2009 and random spelled with a 4. And there's the way that he did it, and he did it to somebody who had no idea what was going on. And this is evil. You can see concentrated pure evil right on the screen right now. It's pure evil. It's some stupid piece of shit baby 15-year-old rattlesnake who doesn't understand how powerful its own venom is, who's out there biting people's legs, who's about to have his head fucking chopped off, and you know, and he kicked the hornet's nest, and they're gonna chase him across the world. They'll catch this one, I guarantee it. And so, and this is so concentrated evil, not in what damage it does, but how much fear it engenders in everybody. I think this 15-year-old piece of shit has 0 life experience. 0. I'm talking 0. Probably never will touch another human being. It's a NEET. It's a sexless NEET that'll never have a real life and just far beyond any kind of hope, I think. And yeah, this person, I think they probably make money doing this, so whatever. But I'm guessing that they'll hunt him across the land, and this was not worth it. I mean, for what? What do you gain from this?
Wait, what the?
And he's like, I'm cheating, I'm hacking, I'm getting hacked, I'm hacking, but I'm not, you know, I'm being hacked in turn, being forced to hack the game. Can you play the game? Can you play the game? No, I can't. No, I can't. No, you're down a player. That's a good team leader. He didn't give a shit about what was going on. He was immediately adding it into the fucking equation to change his math. And that's a good leader. He doesn't care what the situation is. He's just trying to get his team to the victory. And I like good leaders like this who don't care about what's happening. They just need to add it into their plans and adjust. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, that's a good leader. You can spot one a mile away. Their courage under fire. They'll just take whatever's happening at face value and make their changes and, you know, and deal with it as it occurs. And that's the sign of a good leader. He didn't give a shit about the hacking or force him to explain it or any of this stuff. He just immediately toss it into his battle plans and change. He's like, but yeah, okay, so can I count on you as a team member right now? That's what he's actually asking right now. It's like, can you play? Can I count on you? And the answer is no.
I know, chill. Can you play the game?
Just chill. Can you play the game? Can I count on you? I love good leaders.
I'm getting hacked.
Yeah, and he's like, I know, I get it, I understand, but can I count on you?
Can you play?
Yeah,
But I'm hacked. Dude, this isn't the question I'm fucking asking you, and I'm not trying to get mad at you. I'm sorry this is happening to you, but can I count on you right now?
It's cheating.
It's cheating. So you're in shock. I know. Can you play?
Like what?
What? Yeah. No, you can't. Leave the match.
Yes, I can see everyone. Like I'm.
Leave. You need to leave. Can't catch association. Yep.
Like, what the?
It's a piece of shit little 15-year-old with no honor, no soul, and no fucking brain. Just biting people with their rattlesnake poison, worthless rattlesnake poison that's too strong for his own good. With no fucking sense of what his own fucking sense of destruction is or how much fear he might engender in the fucking populace. So now they're going to come running through the brush with chainsaws trying to chop his head off. And I hope it's worth it. You think the VPN saves you? No. You took credit and dropped names. Somebody will fucking catch you. You're stupid. Oh, damn it. No, I think I'm okay, actually. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Now, Nick,
I left. Like.
admins now.
Now, and also, I don't find it surprising that the worst live service games with the worst sort of skibbity toilet fucking 15-year-old piece of shit hackers, 15 to 17-year-old fucking born loser, cock-sucking piece of shit worthless hackers trying to damage the thing that they love the most, like some kind of fucking contradictive fucking walking contradiction moron. They love these games. You can tell they spend all of their life and all of their energy and everything all around it trying to fucking spend their time playing these games, being good at them, and trolling other people who play them. And like, you can tell this game is their entire life, but they have to skippity toilet shit up the place with their little 15-year-old fucking like low IQ, low life experience, brain dead moron piece of shit fucking low IQ fucking horse shit fucking asshole tactics, you know? And I'm sorry, but sooner or later, you little boys got to grow up and understand that you can't go around biting people's legs if you're a baby rattlesnake. They're going to fucking stomp your head in. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that you're fucking stupid. You don't understand what kind of fucking... You think this is funny or something. Nobody thinks this is fucking funny. Nobody thinks it's cool. They just think you're a bad actor who's a piece of shit. Nobody's going to give you props for this except other pieces of shit that are born losers that won't ever go anywhere with their lives. So props on impressing the other born losers. Is that your goal here? Is to impress the other born piece of shit cocksuckers? You know? Born losers?
Whoa!
Whoa! What's going on there? Spicy.
Yep. This situation.
Oh
In the middle
god.
of this game, again, in actual.
There it is. It's the cocksucker menu. Select press A. Press A if you want to be a cocksucker to the people who play the same game as you. Really gotta hurt the other players who play the same game as you, because that's productive. Fucking these hackers think they're so smart because they download some script from some piece of shit deep website or whatever. No, you're just a fucking low IQ moron, and your actions betray the reality. You're a little piece of shit worthless script kitty, and when they're done with you, you'll be sucking cock in prison like we predicted. Have fun. Have fun with it. Like we all predicted. Like we all said you were gonna do. We all predicted you were gonna suck dick in prison. Yeah, eventually that's what will happen. Yeah. I hope it was worth it. I hope the $0 you got bragging to your little piece of shit 15-year-old butt buddies while you practice with the homies was worth it. You practice hacking with the homies. Little bitch butt boys.
This is a mod menu that's designed to
straight 15-year-old butt boys.
So
little bitch butt boys. They're the triple B's. They're the bitch butt boys. They brought Apex cheat. You know, bitch butt boys. They're the triple B's. Bitch butt boys who hack all day. Suck dick and go to jail.
Now, at the left side over here, you can see that again, Burton right over here literally says Apex Legends Global Series. And then they were hacked by Destroyer 2009 and random with the A replaced as the number 4. Now, of course, at the top left, you even had things like streamer mode being disabled and whatnot, which is not obviously good. Especially if you're streaming a game to what
do I have an instant warp?
Hundreds of thousands of people.
Yes, I do.
Global series. Now, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this popped up, and for a minute I thought,
oh, I forgot. I got to buy a helm.
Pro player had a hack revealed. You know, it's not something that's totally out of the ordinary, but obviously as this progresses, you can see that they can actually identify players through the walls. So that is ESP. They're able to see people throughout walls, figure out where they are. Obviously not good for a game that is a battle royale, where big map people are incentivized to hide and take angles on each other. Now, what was wild is if it was one pro player being hacked, that's insane during a global series. What if we add another one to the ante? What if we bump those numbers up, son?
Can we shoot height? Can we shoot height?
Yeah, shoot now.
I'm cheating. I got aimbot. I have aimbot.
Oh no.
You gotta leave the game, bro. You
Gotta leave the game. Gotta leave the game. I love voices of reason in times of trouble.
I have aimbot right now. I literally have aimbot.
Leave the game.
What if I just don't shoot? What if I just don't shoot? Okay, we gotta get to the other building. Get to the other building. Can we get to the other building? Smoke that off.
I can't. Soaking them.
Hey, Blue, before you, I'm one. Walking down. Crossing.
So, Raven, tell them I have aimbot right now. Okay, wait, no, I'm back. I'm cheating. No, I can't shoot. I can't shoot. I literally cannot shoot.
I'm getting the thirst.
I can't shoot. I cannot shoot.
I'm dead from over here, Jordan. You res it.
Get inside. Get inside.
I don't have a smoke. You gotta res then. You gotta res it.
I can't.
I knocked one.
I'm resing. They're trying to get in. Dude, can we shoot?
So this guy receives aimbot literally available right on command. And obviously this is a player known as TSM Imperial Hal, and I don't believe that any of these players were actually cheating. Obviously this was injected into their system, and we'll get to that in a second. But this guy got aimbots, and obviously the team was like, bro, disconnect. We don't want to get disqualified, which obviously can happen when you're in a global series and there are hacks running on your systems. So because of the fact that obviously the actual hacker in this case actually wrote down that they were, they gave their names, they were hacked by Destroyer 2009, had that not been there, had that not been present, this would have been a debated topic between people today. This guy's entire career could be down the drain if it wasn't for the fact that the hacker outed themselves as actually hacking the global series. So again, ladies and gentlemen, it was a wild situation to witness. Now, there's a few little things that basically got tossed up. A group known as the Anti-Cheat Police Department, who I've had my own, spats with from time to time when talking about virtual machines and whatnot, and don't get me wrong, I will talk about VMs in this video. That will happen. You know what channel you signed up for. They said there is currently an RCE expert.
You know what I think about this? I think it's a piece of shit child who wants to fearmonger everybody. They want everybody to feel fear, and I think they should be punished. I think they should be spanked. Really bad. 5 years in juvie, 5 years in federal. I mean this, like 10 years, you know what I'm saying? 10 years in jail. That's what I want for this. It's a child throwing bombs. We can't have it. It's not like, and trust me, I'm all for fucking chaos. Trust me, I'm pretty pro chaos guy. I'm chaotic neutral. But this isn't chaos. This is the fear. This is fear engendered in innocent people, and it is evil. You'll never get props in the scene for it. Nobody ever will. Nobody who matters will ever truly give you props for this. It's just it's like throwing bombs and causing fear in the scene. It's not a good thing. It's not good what you're doing. It's not some rebel thing. It's a worthless piece of shit, low life evil thing to do, and it harms gamers, the one fucking constituency that your piece of shit, clueless, worthless ass should not be attacking. You should not be attacking your own. There's so many other way better targets in the world than Apex players. You worthless 15-year-old piece of shit, clueless cocksucker. Get some fucking IQ. Get some IQ and some clues. Like, we need you to do that fairly quickly, because there's good targets out there, and then there's the only people in the world that you shouldn't be harming. Gamers. Pieces of shit. Pieces of worthless shit who attack their own. Fucking stupid fucking assholes. I hope you fucking enjoy getting fucking pariah, because you deserve it. I didn't deserve it. You do. You deserve the pariah. The gamers will never speak to you again when they figure out who you are. You're so stupid. I get so mad about these people. I'm like,
Apex Legends.
It's not that I care about them cheating. I care about them causing my fellow gamers to feel fear. They're fucking terrorists in a bad way, you know? Like, they cause my fellow gamers to feel fear to play games. They're shitheads. There's nothing inspiring or to look up to about these people. All they do is fucking cause my fellow gamers to feel fear to even log in a game. Did your fellow gamers shit in your mom's mouth when you were a child or something? What the fuck is your problem with your fellow gamers? There's so many other bad people on the fucking planet who deserve this sort of bullshit, but you attack gamers? You're a stupid, worthless, low IQ rattlesnake who poison bites his own people, and you should be fucking excised like a cancer. Get a clue, you worthless black hat, low IQ piece of shit. You don't get any street credit with the fucking gamers, you fucking worthless cocksucker. Fucking get a fucking clue. Get a clue about your actions, who they actually hurt, who your friends are, and who, I'm sorry, but, like, go attack the government, you worthless piece of shit. What the fuck are you doing attacking Apex? Low IQ, worthless piece of shit, give you no respect. We got no love for this hoe. Nope.
It's unsure whether it comes from the game or the actual
Pieces of shit like you are why we can't have nice things. Worthless, stupid, clueless piece of shit.
anti-cheat, which in Apex Legends case
Make me
is
so
easy
angry.
anti-cheat, which is one of the most popular anti-cheats out there. I would
Oh, I'm
advise
going
against
west.
playing
Oops.
any games protected by EAC or any EA titles once they have fixed this or can comment. So right now there is no comment from Apex Legends because everything is so fresh. I can imagine right now the actual development team for Apex security teams are actually scrubbing through what could be the possibility. And it's going to take a little bit of time before they get the answers. So they say currently the RCE is being abused to inject cheats into streamers' machines, which means they have the capabilities to do whatever, like installing ransomware software, locking up your entire PC. And this claim is entirely possible, okay? And RCE is known as remote code exploitation. And for those of you who don't know what remote code exploitation is, it's when an attacker gains access to a target computing device. And
There are so many bad people on the fucking planet. Gamers aren't one of them. And so you go fucking suck toddlers who can't defend themselves or whatever. You stupid piece of worthless shit. Get a fucking clue and pick a real target like a real fucking man. Go attack Russia or somebody, you stupid piece of shit. Don't fucking fuck with me. Do not fuck with my fellow gamers. Go attack child molesters or Jeffrey or somebody or Jelaine Maxwell or something. Go attack some fucking actual fucking like a real target. Stop trying to throw bombs in public to hurt kids. And pick a real target, you fucking clueless cocksucker. Nobody's gonna give you fucking props for this. You fucking stupid piece of shit. Get out of my community. Go attack somebody who actually should be attacked. You fucking attack other gamers. You're worthless. You don't belong here. You don't deserve our community. You don't deserve to play the games. Get the fuck out of here. We don't want you. We don't respect you for this. We don't give you lols or like claps or whatever. No, we say get the fuck out of our community, you worthless piece of shit. Like, you know, you aren't a credit to us. You're a discredit. Fucking degenerate loser.
is able to run arbitrary code, so programs or whatever. I guess the best example that I can give is 2 years ago I made a video in regards to Minecraft Log4j, where Log4j at the time, so quick recap, Log4j was one of the biggest zero-day vulnerabilities because it basically existed on a whole bunch of systems and cloud services as a logging library that just basically existed. And a whole bunch of companies had no idea because this dependency, which is pretty indirect, just pretty much lay dormant on a lot of their systems. And I made a video about Minecraft where I actually had launched the Log4j exploit, and in my video, I had showcased in real time how an attacker can actually hack a system. I had run the Log4j code, I'd run the actual exploit, and what I did was I launched a Notepad instance on my actual, victim virtual machine. Now in this situation, all I did was launch Notepad. But because this is an RCE, you can imagine that an actual malicious hacker could install things, could install backdoors, rats, gain actual privileged access to your system. Maybe they could run a piece of ransomware that basically completely locks down your system and basically puts your files in hostage. There's a lot of nasty shit a hacker can do, and in this situation, what they appeared to do was actually hack the global finals. Now, that being said, that's just one example. So one of the actual pieces of conversation that Anti-Cheat Police Department provided was from Destroyer 2009, the actual person claiming to hack the global finals. Do you actually have an RCE for Apex, or is it purely server-side? Destroyer says it's an RCE. Also, just confirming the RCE has nothing to do with R5, right? R5 devs are freaking because Hal uninstalled R5 Live with 40,000 people watching. And they said, yeah, it has nothing to do with R5. Cool, thanks, appreciate it. R5, from my understanding, is R5 Reloaded, which is actually a modding framework for Apex Legends. So if you want to do things like customize servers, things like cool little scripts that you can add, basically do whatever you want outside the scope of official Apex Legends, that's right here, okay? I think it's like the 5M pretty much. Not that I have any real understanding of Apex Legends modding. The last time I really played Apex Legends, I gotta say, was maybe like a year ago. Won the match, but That's how far away I am from understanding Apex today. So even the R5 developers had come out and said, hey community, there's been some hacking incident with the current Apex Legends Global Series match. When players get cheats installed out of the blue, we want to clarify that R5 Reloaded is not responsible for any of these hacking incidents. And obviously, I'm sure that they don't want their name smeared. It takes a lot of time.
Like this is, I mean, you understand, I don't know how to say it clearly. More clearly, excuse me. I don't know how to say it more clearly. You think you're going to get props for this, for throwing a bomb in the kindergarten and hurting your fellow children? Did you think we were going to give you props for this, you stupid, clueless piece of shit? No. We're not even, I mean, we're only going to give you hate for this, and we're going to fucking pursue you. You know? What you're doing is shitty. Nobody should give you props for it. You know, you go up in the kindergarten and you kill your fellow students or whatever. Nobody likes what you do. Get a clue. There's so many better targets in the world. Pretty much the only target in the world as a game hacker that you shouldn't be attacking is your fellow gamers. I realize that IQ and you don't really mix, or you know, you don't have a high IQ, you don't really make you're too young, don't really not too good at critical decisions or anything, but the only people in the world you should not be attacking are your fellow gamers. Everybody else is open season and we will give you props for them. But I mean, your fellow gamers, nah, you're a worthless piece of shit. You deserve to be pariahed and imprisoned. You know what I'm saying? Everyone else is open season. You don't go up. You don't go up on Sunday and shoot up the church. That's what hacking your fellow gamers is. Don't do that. It's not good criminal, you know, fucking etiquette or whatever. Like, no, even the criminals will hate you. You know. Like, you don't go up and shoot up somebody's grandmother on Sunday or whatever. The same way that you don't attack fellow gamers. There are so many other worse people on the fucking planet that you could use your abilities to fucking affect or whatever. This is the one target that you really will never get any props for hitting. It's the only target. You pick the only target that you can't ever possibly get any accolades for because you are dumb. You don't deserve the credit. You don't deserve the fame. You don't deserve anything. Anyways.
Trust for people to install anything modding related for a video game. So losing that trust could mean an absolute catastrophic situation for their game. And again, I haven't exactly looked into their tool either, so I can't confirm or deny, but if the hacker is claiming it and the actual developer, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say the blame lies with the actual game or potentially the anti-cheat, which is where I want to shift focus to.
Now, one of the things that I want to talk about immediately over here is some people
this party
have
isn't
speculated
very
that
good.
This is actually an underlying issue with Apex Legends in regards to the source engine. And this is an RCE that you're seeing where basically somebody is launching the calculator through a Steam invite for Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Now, according to the actual developers, it is based on the source engine that is Titanfall, Titanfall 2, and Apex Legends. However, there have been a lot of under-the-hood improvements and changes that effectively these can be considered two separate engines. And remember, this source engine exploit was detected all the way back years ago. So for it to still exist would be kind of questionable. I would think that Valve, EA, and a lot of these companies for security reasons would work with each other in good faith in order to plug up whatever possible RCE exploit could exist. That also said, I feel like if a bug like this existed in Apex Legends, I would see it more reflected even in games like Titanfall 2. I wouldn't say the original Titanfall since I don't even think that's as active anymore. But yeah, that's one of the things.
I've asked like 5 questions and got no answers. It's weird. I don't like this party.
But these are effectively two separate game engines. They may have had the same base at some point, but development changes a lot.
Now, while Apex Legends, all they've said is due to the competitive integrity of the series being compromised, we've made the decision to postpone the NA finals at this time, and they'll share more information soon. So right now, it's them trying to figure out how this had actually happened. So the blame, it seems, could possibly lie with Easy Anti-Cheat. Now, Easy Anti-Cheat is by far one of the most popular anti-cheat solutions out there. And if you want to know the list of games that Easy Anti-Cheat runs with, here, let me bring it up. So these are all games that are fired up with Easy Anti-Cheat according to the Steam database. So you've got games like Elden Ring, you've got Halo Master Chief Collection, Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. I didn't even know that game had a multiplayer component, but today I'm figuring out new things. BattleBit Remastered, Intruder, Rust. A lot of the most popular games that exist are fired up with easy anti-cheat. So even games like Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2.
Tune in sucks.
I didn't even expect
especially
to be
on
list,
Beatles.
They're there. Easy anti-cheat is huge, and if easy anti-cheat is being violated, this almost puts this up with Log4j. If there is something wrong in easy anti-cheat, then all these games are at risk. And if
Your
easy
skill has
anti-cheat is
increased.
to blame, easy anti-cheat has some of the highest elevated permissions on your system anyways. So no matter where you're sitting, from my understanding, if there is a remote code exploit sitting inside easy anti-cheat's software stack or anything, then there are a lot more games currently at risk. But that also makes me wonder, if easy anti-cheat is to be blamed, then a lot of these games would also have similar issues. The only other game that kind of reminds me of this situation is maybe Dark Souls or Elden Ring. These games typically had RC exploits sitting inside them as well, to the point where Bandai Namco actually had to reduce PC servers or shut them off just so they could sort this problem out. There was even older Call of Duty games that had similar issues as well with RC exploitations, going all the way up
Your
to
skill
even
has
games
increased.
like Black Ops 3, which isn't that old. But to show you an example of what RC look like with Dark Souls 3, here's the footage. So here it is, they're getting in, everything seems fine, they do not care, and bam! So what happened was, in the middle of nowhere, a hacker joined their game, and they actually launched the RCE against the players and crashed their games. Now again, this is the most lighthearted way to do an RCE. They could have easily launched some really nasty piece of software and caused some serious harm to these individuals. And for a lot of the players that are currently involved with the Apex Legends Global Series, if you're somebody that has played in this series, then it's probably advisable that you clean your computer out, maybe run some antivirus software, change every single password that you have. Because if you're used to signing in automatically, there are probably tokens that may be stolen. There could be a lot of seriously nefarious stuff. You may have to start changing your passwords around. You might have to deep clean your computer, reinstall your OS, do whatever, because who knows how far this goes, right? Especially for somebody that isn't technically, apt about this situation. Deep clean your computer entirely. That's the best thing you can do. And I wouldn't even recommend just the players playing this. If this is a serious RCE issue in Apex Legends, and if you have the game installed, look, you don't have to uninstall Apex right now. As long as you do not launch the game, you are fine. Remember, RCE stuff could potentially happen with any internet application anyways. Even if you're playing a game that is not directly a competitive title, even if you're just connecting to another player, and it potentially has an RC exploit that hasn't been found, you're also at risk. The best thing you can do is just not fire up a game and enable all of the anti-cheats associated with it.
Now, interestingly, Easy Anti-Cheat just responded and said, "We've investigated recent reports of a potential RCE issue within Easy Anti-Cheat. At this time, we are confident that there is no RCE vulnerability within EAC being exploited. We will continue to work closely with our partners for any follow-up support needed." Now, to understand, just because they said that they are confident, that doesn't mean that they know. So again, this all boils down to who is actually guilty in this situation. Is it Apex? Is it still Easy Anti-Cheat? Or is it potentially any other application that these streamers, both of these guys, may have had on their computer that wasn't even related to Apex or even Easy Anti-Cheat? It's actually difficult unless we can get like a memory dump of their system and figure out exactly what happened and where it occurred. That's one of the things in a perfect world, I wish we all had to actually analyze.
Now, obviously, I always talk about anti-cheats being really invasive on your system, and if Easy Anti-Cheat is to blame, I'm not going to sit here and say anti-cheats aren't a necessity. Clearly, they exist to prevent things like, hacking and keeping the fairness in video games. I get it. But this is one of the reasons why I primarily use things like virtual machines, things like KVM, QEMU, to virtualize Windows underneath Linux, just so I can have an isolated sandbox. So if stuff like this happens, it usually just stays in the entire, virtual machine. Now, if you're not somebody that's a Linux user, I made a video a while back where I turned, one GPU into 32, quite literally. I took one 4090 and under Hyper-V, which is Windows' own proprietary virtualization platform, I split GPUs. So basically I was able to give a virtual machine half of my 4090 or half of any graphics card in the NVIDIA library, and then I could just parsec into the virtual machine and play competitive shooters without ever having to worry about what happens in that game slowly escaping into my system. I really think in the future, to fight against stuff like this, we need to have some form of virtualization or sandboxing. Because I get the idea of anti-cheats and systems like this having invasive points on a computer, because they need to be on a level head fighting against actual cheating software. But I also believe that a sandbox can exist that verifies file and memory integrity at runtime to basically make sure that I can't peek into a game and it can't peek outside into my actual system. I think a degree of separation in a sandbox is important to basically keep everything secure as much as it reasonably can. Now, at the end of the day, we have no idea. Again, it's like it is. It's pure speculation. We have no idea if this is a problem with the Apex Legends game. It could be something in the source engine. It could be something that, is wrong with the game. It could be entirely independent of the anti-cheat. Also, it could just be the anti-cheat and not the actual game. I don't believe it's anything related to a modding framework outside like R5 Reloaded, but
your skill has increased.
It is just speculation. Look, at the end of the day, what is known, what is serious, is an RCE. If you're playing in the middle of a gaming session and all of a sudden you have code running on your computer, that's not safe. And if it can happen to a streamer, you best be ready to know it may even happen to the average person playing. So be a little careful. If you are somebody that is playing Apex Legends and you have been hacked, you have had the RCE run, please change all of your passwords, deep clean your computer, reinstall your operating system, and that's about the best advice anybody can provide at the moment. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, wild situation. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
MMOs are the greatest and worst genre in all of gaming. And I don't mean that sometimes they're the greatest and sometimes they're the worst, or that they simply have the potential to be both. No, MMOs are simultaneously the best and worst gaming has to offer. Nothing else out there has the capacity to fill you with so much joy or so much disappointment, to enrich people's lives or ruin them, to let you fall in love or to break your goddamn
Your skill
heart.
has increased.
And I want to talk about that. Still, I also want you and everyone else on this planet to know exactly what this genre is all about, where it came from, and how it's changed.
Wait, we watched this the other day. The history of MMOs. Yeah, I didn't watch the history of MMOs.
In schools to children of all ages, so that future generations can better understand the folly of their elders. However, unfortunately, my influence is not at a level where I can enforce a global curriculum about the MMO genre, so this video will have to do instead. Which means, if you don't know anything about massively multiplayer online games, then today I will show you a world of infinite virtual possibilities.
Your skill has increased.
Open your eyes to what some might say are some of the most important events in human history. And at the end, you will walk away saying, "Ah, I kind of get it now." And kind of get it you shall. And for those who do already know a little about MMOs, then through rich historical evidence and deep theoretical analysis, today I will expand your knowledge to never before seen heights, so that if that future day does come where MMO studies do become an important pillar of modern academia, you'll be ready. You're welcome. Now, important topics we will cover today include: where did MMOs come from? How did they flourish? When did things start to go wrong? That one game and why it mattered. That time when the media started comparing MMOs to hardcore drugs. What MMO will actually be the next big thing? That one time that guy said,
"You think you do,
your skill has increased."
What depression would look like if it were a video game genre, and, of course, whether or not the MMO genre is, in fact, dead. And at the end of all this, I will also reveal how every single one of these things is connected. So, welcome to the history of MMOs. I hope you're paying attention. In order to understand the MMO genre, we must obviously start at where it all began, the first MMO. But what is the first MMO? Back before smartphones, before social media, before the turn of the millennium, before the internet was publicly accessible, and before any of Sony, Microsoft or Nintendo had ever made a gaming console, video games were barely even a thing yet. This dark time, also known as the 1970s, wouldn't last long, however, as just as Prometheus once stole fire from the gods to give to us lucky lesser mortals, so too did some brave pioneers take the early mainframe and mini-computers of the 1970s and start creating programs not for advanced computational functions, but just for fun. And yes, we do actually have to go this far back, because this will be important. You see, in 1972, we got the first video game, and you've probably heard of it. Pong looked like this, and yeah, that's pretty cool, I guess. If you're a fucking loser. I mean, what is this basic shit? How is anyone going to escape this mundane reality and forget all their problems with Pong? You know how you can tell Pong sucks? Its creators called it Pong. Good games are not called Pong, come on. No, you see, if you were stuck in the 1970s and you wanted the good stuff, text-based games. That was where it was actually at, and you can tell they were good because they had cool names like Adventure, Dungeon, and Zorg. And you know what else was cool about them? What you could do in them. These text-based games worked through typed user inputs and were heavily inspired by this little newly released, not video game but was catching on at the time, called Dungeons and Dragons. Now, comparing what you could do in these early text-based games to what you could do in, say, Pong, was a bit like comparing what you can see in an old Sears catalogue to what you can see on Pornhub. Basically, it's hardly the same type of experience. Still, you know what's cooler than exploring a dungeon in the video game Dungeon? Well, exploring a dungeon with friends. But oh no, we need a name. What could we call these multi-user dungeon-based games? Muds. They called them Muds. And hey, who said good games need good names? And so, hello, Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, League of Legends, Call of Duty, Halo, Quake, and every other online game ever invented. This is it. This is where it all started. The first MUD was, I guess, retroactively called MUD 1, and in it you could talk to and work with or against other players in a real virtual world, even if there weren't any graphics. Now, there's two important pieces of information I want you to write down in your metaphorical notebooks here. The first is that while the genealogy of MUD 1 to Fortnite is a bit vague and you'd be forgiven for forgetting that they're related, the lineage from MUD 1 to the MMOs you actually know the name of is a lot more direct, and the family resemblance can still clearly be seen. With familiar MMO concepts like party-based gameplay, loot, raiding, and even the Holy Trinity, all showing up in games like the highly popular 1990 Diku MUD. Also, many of the soon-to-be big names of the MMO world, like Brad McQuaid and Raph Costa, got their start in the industry as MUD developers. So, for MMOs, MUDs mattered. The second thing to take note of is the time frame. The first ever video game, Pong, was created in 1972. Meanwhile, Mud 1 was created in 1978, just 6 years later. This was 5 years before Google says the internet was invented, and so playing with other people back then meant you had to be a student or professor at a university which had its own internal intranet. At certain universities, these games would go on to become quite popular, with many people also sharing source codes between universities, meaning popular mods would have many different variants. But beyond that, there was literally no way for them to become more mainstream, and the popularity they did have mostly came through word of mouth. In fact, some of these early mods were created by students on the university networks in secret, and were then subsequently shut down when university staff found out they existed. I mean, typical goddamn kids, am I right? Always messing around, pioneering new billion-dollar industries, when they should be doing actual important stuff like memorizing textbooks. And that was the 1970s. Video games as a concept were new, and online games in particular faced many problems while having absolutely no way to commercialize and make money, and yet it didn't matter. The allure of playing with other real-life people in an online world was so strong that people didn't need graphics, or the internet, or money to want to make that idea a reality. And so, the MMO dream was alive, pretty much as soon as it became theoretically possible. But was Mud 1, or even the later, more advanced Diku Mud, the first MMO? Well, not really. Muds are muds, they are their own thing, and not only would they fail to meet most people's criteria for being massively multiplayer, they're also heavily defined by their text-based nature, something MMOs aren't. So, in summary, muds mattered, but our quest for the first MMO isn't over yet. So, what about the first online RPG with, more than just text? Well, if graphics are your thing, say hello to 1991's Neverwinter Nights. Not to be confused with BioWare's 2001 Neverwinter Nights, or the 2013 MMO Neverwinter. 1991 Neverwinter Nights was one of the Dungeons & Dragons Gold Box RPGs, and it ran on that same classic Gold Box engine. But Neverwinter Nights set itself apart by trying to incorporate the online multiplayer aspects seen in many mods into the Gold Box D&D formula to allow players to join the same party and each act individually in combat. Conceptually, this was a great idea. I mean, D&D was designed to be multiplayer. But as it was 1991, it did mean there was a little bit of a problem with players actually getting online in such a dark and distant time such as the early 90s. And so, Neverwinter Nights was developed with the help of AOL, with the idea of an online game seeming attractive to AOL because back then people only seemed to be using the internet for silly, unimportant things like sending business emails. This was no good for AOL because they charged by the hour, and all people were doing was logging on to download their emails and then logging off again, meaning the time users spent connected was minimal. So AOL needed a way to get people to stay logged in, and not realizing that what people most want the internet for is watching porn and arguing about politics, they went for the next best thing: online video games. And so, if you were a paying AOL customer in the early 90s, you too could step into its rudimentary take on the Forgotten Realms to do battle with monsters and dive into dungeons alongside your friends. And all for the cheap price of $6 per hour, which would be just over $12 if you factored in inflation. If anyone is watching this video while currently logged into an MMO, do me a favour and type /played into the chat for me, and then take your total hours and times that by 12. And hey, look, I guess monthly fees don't look so bad anymore. I like to think of this exercise.
Never
as
mind,
a
party's
nice
good.
reminder,
I just
no
didn't
matter
think
how bad
Tuned Ins
monetization
was
gets
good,
in
but
modern games,
it's fine.
things could still be worse. Although
We do
don't
enough
tell that
damage.
to Activision or EA. We wouldn't.
I still would
want
have
them to
preferred
get
like
any new
a
ideas.
DPS, but that's alright.
Also, while Neverwinter Nights did try to increase its player capacity over time, its servers were still far too small for the total player base, meaning people would often have to queue just to log in, and you'd still have to pay while queuing. Fun. So, $12 an hour, graphics like these, queues to log in, and very limited gameplay. Was Neverwinter Nights actually worth all that?
Your skill has
back
increased.
in the 90s, for many people it was, and the player base grew to over 100,000 players before the game was eventually shut down in the late 90s. The message behind this seems clear. People wanted online games, even if they had to pay a premium to play them. And so, MMOs had officially arrived. Or had they? I mean, Neverwinter Nights was very impressive for its time. It did leave an important legacy in its wake, and it is often considered the first graphical MMORPG. But was this actually a massively multiplayer
Your skill has
game?
increased.
Well, that's up to your own definition. Originally, each server had a capacity of 50 concurrent players, which was later increased all the way up to 500, but for many people this still doesn't quite represent the moment MMOs were truly born. Neverwinter Nights was just a bit too early, too limited, too small, and it was still only available to paying AOL customers rather than all internet users. So, what was the first game to meet all possible criteria? The first game that actually fits the image we have of what an MMO should be? The first real MMO? Well, again, that's not exactly clear. By the mid-90s, online RPGs were starting to become more common and be accessible to broader internet users. Notable titles include 1996's The Realm Online and Meridian 59, as well as Nexus: The Kingdom of the Wind in Korea. Still, the first of these games to truly take the gaming world by storm, the game which would actually coin the term MMORPG and would prove the commercial viability of the genre beyond all doubt, was a game still played and loved to this day: Ultima Online. Released in 1997, Ultima Online was an offshoot to the long-running and hugely important Ultima series, one of the true pioneers of the computer role-playing genre. It was after the 8th mainline entry into the series that its creator, Richard Garriott, came up with the idea of creating an Ultima game where several thousand players could all participate in a shared fantasy world. Pitching this grand idea to the studio publisher, Electronic Arts, proved difficult, however, as at this time no previous online-only video game had went on to be a major commercial success. As such, Ultima Online took multiple attempts to get off the ground, and when it was finally given the green light, EA estimated, based off other titles in the market, that it would probably only achieve several thousand players, and so gave the project a development and marketing budget to reflect that. But Ultima Online didn't reach a few thousand players. It reached millions, with over 250,000 concurrent subscribers at its peak in the year 2000, making it both the fastest selling internet-only game of all time and the fastest selling computer game EA had ever produced. And these wildly successful sales were matched by the game's reception amongst its players. In an interview prior to release, Ultima creator Richard Garriott said that they wanted to make the very first ever completely virtual world for the mass public to go live out alternative lives in. And that's exactly what they did. Ultima Online was a different type of experience to many of the MMOs which would follow it, in that it was designed as a virtual world first and a game second. You see, Ultima didn't come with clearly defined pre-packaged goals for all players to follow. Instead, you had to make your own objectives. And the game wasn't about a race to max level, because it didn't even have levels. You progressed through a skill system where advancement was based on use, and which skills you chose to focus on were entirely up to the individual. And it wasn't a game about chasing the greatest loot, and there was no separation between end game and early game, and no one had even heard of dailies, time gating or the meta. Instead, it was a truly open-ended, player-driven experience. Be who you want to be and do what you want to do, and that includes non-combat activities too. So, if you wanted to live your life as a merchant, crafting your own wares and never even picking up a weapon, you could do that, and then build a house near a town to turn it into a shop, and then start advertising your wares to other players and making a name for yourself. And you would never feel like you're playing the game wrong or falling behind, because it was a virtual world before it was a game, and the point from its inception was just to allow players to live within its world. Of course, there can be a downside to
Your
so
skill
much
has
freedom,
increased.
as just like in real life, other people can kill you, and just like in real life, dying also kind of sucked.
Nice.
People could
I
take
beat him
your
again.
items and leave you needing to get someone
Oh
else
no, I
to
beat
come
them
and
on
resurrect
2
you.
for this. Nice. This was
called
cheap.
PK, or player
Very
killing,
cheap. Very
and
cheap
it was a
for what I
defining
got.
part of
Nice.
the Ultima experience.
I saved like 6 mil on that.
Of course, killing people does come with consequences. Just
Hypernet
like in
is
real
good
life,
if you're
as
good
someone
at it,
remembers your
you
name
know?
and reports the murder, you can turn red to other players, meaning not only can other people freely attack you, but also NPC.
Why won't you
merchants might
vote?
not
I've been
sell you
hammering the
items
button
anymore,
for
and
15
NPC
seconds.
guards might
Come
just
on.
stop protecting you, as well as other game-changing consequences, including players being able to pay gold to put a bounty on your head, which other players can then collect, providing they remember to cut your head off after killing you, as proof, that is. This created a complicated red versus blue dynamic of player killing outlaws on one side and innocent rule-abiding citizens on the other, and the opportunities for player creativity proved endless. You could steal items from players' houses, or use middlemen to kill on your behalf to avoid turning red yourself, or trick players through portals to teleport them out of town where it might be safe to kill them, or take to the seas to kill player fishermen and steal their boats to create your very own pirate empire, and so on. The most notable example of PKing occurred during one of the game's final beta tests, when Richard Garriott, as his in-universe character Lord British, an important figure across the entire Ultima series, was giving a speech to the player base when one player in the crowd used a fire field spell on him. As creator of the entire bloody series, and actual lord of the in-game realm of Britannia, Lord British was meant to be invulnerable to player attacks, and as such, Garriott had an invulnerability toggle to prevent things like this from happening. But it turned out this invulnerability status didn't persist between gaming sessions, and that day, down to nothing more than human forgetfulness, Garriott had simply forgot to toggle it back on after logging in, meaning the creator of the game and Lord of Britannia was assassinated, mid-speech, right there in front of a crowd of onlooking players.
Wow.
This event has come to be seen as highly symbolic of Ultima Online, as a passing of the torch moment from the developers, the ones who created this world, to the players, the ones who would control its future. And over time, the player base of Ultima Online proved so bloodthirsty and conniving that the developers eventually had to step in to create non-player killing servers with the release of the game's first expansion, Ultima Online Renaissance, which many criticized for fracturing the community and going against the spirit of the game. Ultima Online also had its own problems that came from being the first online game of this scale, including how to actually get money from players, as while a monthly subscription was decided on as the best financial model, most people outside of America didn't have credit cards yet, meaning the developer needed to start selling game time as something you could physically purchase at retail stores in order for most people outside of America to be able to actually play. An even bigger problem came with how to actually deal with all these players. Ultima Online's world was truly massive by the standards of the era, with a capacity of 2,500 simultaneous players. But after the unprecedented level of interest since the first beta, it became clear that even this wouldn't be enough. The solution was to split the game's population into multiple different identical servers, which would each host their own persistent copy of the game's world. So, when you created a character, you would do it on one specific server, and that would be the only server where your character would exist. This was something the developers were at first hesitant to do, as it went against the original idea of creating a true virtual world, but after the large amount of interest in the beta, it became clear that it was going to be necessary for the developers to have any chance of coping with the large player base. In fact, the decision to split the player base into different servers was seen as something so significant that it was incorporated into the game's story, with it being explained that after the main character of the single-player Ultima series shattered the gem of immortality at the end of Ultima 1, he discovered that it was tied to the world itself, leading to a number of different identical shards being created, each a replica of the same world of Britannia. This narrative explanation was even designed to allow the possibility of these shards one day being reunited to bring all players back into a single world if the technology did one day allow it. Alas, this never happened, and MMO servers went on to become a normal and very important part of the MMO experience. Still, problems with servers, lack of credit cards, rampant player killing, and Garriot's infamous assassination didn't change the fact that Ultima Online was a huge success. It proved beyond doubt the commercial and technical viability of this type of game, and people still play Ultima Online to this day. And so, with Ultima Online's ascendancy, the MMO genre was born. This is the end of Lesson 1, although don't worry, we still have a long way to go. Before that though, if there is one single thing to take away from the story so far, it's not just that these early MMOs and proto-MMOs were successful despite the hurdles of the era in which they were made, it's why they were successful. You see, even if there were no graphics, even if there was no internet, even if you were greatly limited in what you could do in these games, even if you had to pay $12 per hour to play them, and even if the developers had to write the rules of how to actually make these types of games as they went, none of that was enough to change the fact
Your
that
skill has
people
increased.
wanted these games, even if they had to queue to play, pay by the hour, and put up with losing all items on death. And I think this all comes down to one simple reason, which is that MMOs were more than just online games. They were virtual worlds. You can look at these early games and wonder how anyone could ever enjoy them as a result of their rudimentary graphics, but I would argue that what truly makes a world feel alive isn't how it looks at all. Instead, it's two things. The first is that it's filled with real people, and the other is that it persists even when you're not around. Most offline games have neither of these. Their worlds exist only when the player is there with them, and no matter how realistic they might look, they're filled with obviously unreal characters whose level of artificial intelligence doesn't even come close to that of an actual person. And this sense of fakeness
Your skill has
can
increased.
make your actions feel more meaningless. But for MMOs, it's different. Their worlds are filled with real people, and player actions do have actual long-term consequences, and this can make them feel more real, which can make everything you do within these games seem more meaningful as a result. This is why players might put up with bad graphics, or carry out time-consuming and repetitive tasks, or just dedicate large parts of their lives to them. The appeal MMOs provide is unique, and if this is something which appeals to you, it's something you can't just find somewhere else. Of course, there's nothing wrong with this not appealing to someone. After all, there's no reason you need to believe in a virtual world when one reality can be more than enough. But if you want to understand MMOs, you need to understand this side of them. They're not just games, and few titles exemplified that better than the father of the genre itself, Ultima Online. And that brings us to the end of Lesson 1. Now, I hope everyone has been keeping up. Don't worry too much if you didn't take good notes. I will of course be making this and all future lessons available online. And if anyone has any questions, just shout them out. I don't mind. Because I can't hear you. Now, on to Lesson 2. With Ultima Online's release, MMOs had officially arrived, and in the following years, the genre would continue to grow as both developer interest and player access to the internet increased. Ultima Online's financial success was also significant because of the monthly fees users were paying, where 100% of that fee was going straight to the game's creators. Unlike with physical sales, where game retailers of the time might take a cut of up to 50% of all sales. In a time before microtransactions, these fees were very lucrative and presented an almost unrivaled opportunity for profits, and so big-name publishers like Sony, Microsoft, Square Enix, Ubisoft and others became more willing to take a chance and finance their own MMOs. The first to be released in the West was EverQuest in 1999, and if Ultima Online could be considered the father of the genre, EverQuest has a strong claim to being its mother, due to both its groundbreaking popularity and the strong influence it had on many titles that would follow. Where Ultima Online had taken inspiration from the Ultima RPG series and prioritized player freedom, EverQuest instead took inspiration from the text-based mods
Your
of
skill
earlier,
has increased.
which several of its designers had previously worked on, leading to a focus on player cooperation. The primary way it achieved this was through difficulty. Basically, EverQuest was hard, and that made people want to play with each other so they could work together to overcome the challenges its world presented. But cooperation was also encouraged through certain design choices. Take dying, which had long been an intimidating concept in MUDs and other early MMOs, and EverQuest was no different. On death, you lost experience points, possibly up to an hour's worth of grinding, and you also dropped all the items and equipment you had on you. You then needed to run to your corpse, naked, from wherever you set as your home location, and if you didn't get there in time, you risked losing everything you previously had on you. But if there was someone around who could res you, like a party member, guild mate, or just a kind passerby, then they could bring you back to life on the spot, saving you from a dangerous corpse run and reducing the XP loss you would suffer. By today's standards, these kinds of harsh death penalties might seem barbaric and not fit for modern society, but they were very effective at making people grateful for the help of others, and at making those doing the helping feel valued because their actions had such a large positive impact. Other examples of challenge leading to cooperation can be seen in EverQuest's actual quests, which were both hard to find and hard to complete, meaning players were basically forced to share knowledge with each other. Or in the lack of a map, meaning players had to rely on each other to find their way around the world. Or in the lack of an auction house, meaning you needed to interact directly with people to trade items and rely on others to acquire certain important things. The question of whether these punishing inconveniences were worth the added social benefits they brought is largely up to each individual, but one can't deny these inconveniences did have a social benefit. And the idea of working together was also heavily incorporated into EverQuest's class design. Some semblance of the Holy Trinity can be seen in earlier MUDs, but it was EverQuest which really cemented its place at the forefront of MMO game design. For those unaware, the Holy Trinity refers not to the Father, Son and Holy Spirit, but instead to the three primary roles players often take in group combat.
Your skill has increased.
These are the tank, the healer, and the DPS, or damage dealer, and each has their own job to perform. The tank draws enemy attention, usually referred to as aggro, to protect the rest of the party. The healer heals incoming damage to keep everyone alive, and the damage dealer, or damage per second, just does as much damage as possible to kill any and every enemy. Usually groups have one tank, one healer and several DPS, although as group size increases, more tanks or healers can start to be required, and the idea is that through working together with specialized roles, the group can increase their overall effectiveness. Not every MMO that would follow EverQuest would feature the Holy Trinity, but a lot did, and it's a concept most MMO players are very familiar with. Still, something not all MMO players are familiar with are some of the other roles players might take in groups in EverQuest, like buffer, crowd controller, and puller, who was the person with the responsibility for pulling enemies towards the party. EverQuest also had multiple dedicated support classes, like the Bard or Enchanter, who would take a role completely outside the classic Holy Trinity and were only there to make their allies more effective. The result was a game where everyone had their own specific role to play in combat, and working together was hugely important. And while these roles may not have been completely necessary when killing normal enemies to level up, EverQuest also popularized something else that has become synonymous with the MMO genre: raiding, where these different roles did become necessary. If you've never heard of raiding, then think of it as challenging group-based content that usually requires a large group of coordinated players, often playing for an extended period of time to kill enemy bosses and collect the best items or loot in-game. As EverQuest was such an early MMO, you may assume raiding in it would be easy, but if that's what you're thinking, you clearly haven't been paying attention, because EverQuest wasn't really a big fan of easy. And so not only did enemy raid bosses do a large amount of damage, they also had specific mechanics players had to overcome, like special attacks players had to move out of, as well as hazards in the boss arena, like traps players could fall into, as well as other nearby enemies players could accidentally get too close to and end up pulling into the fight. And if all that sounds fairly standard for an MMO, each boss in EverQuest could also take over an hour to kill, and far longer was needed to
Only
clear
an
the
hour
area of other enemies beforehand, buff up every player, and coordinate everyone's complicated roles in order to actually take the boss down successfully. Oh, and there also weren't any instances in EverQuest, meaning all bosses exist in the game world, and if you wanted your group to be the one to kill it, you had to camp its location so you get to it before anyone else when it respawns. In a time when raiding was a new concept, EverQuest's hardest encounters could pose a serious challenge,
Your skill
and
has
only the
increased.
best players had a chance of defeating them. And it's something no one could do alone. Raiding, in EverQuest or otherwise, was and is all about who you play with. So, if you wanted to get anywhere in EverQuest, from raiding to leveling, you were going to need to group up and work with others. It was simply the way the game was designed, and many other games of this era followed this group or die philosophy. Outside of this, much of EverQuest's DNA was shared with Dungeons & Dragons, something that can be seen easily in its good, neutral and evil alignments, or its recognizable main stats, although the number of different classes and races, as well as the size of its in-game world, do still feel impressive to this day. And so were its sales, as in just a few months it would surpass Ultima Online's already significant player base, reaching a peak of 550,000 concurrent subscribers, far above any other Western MMO at the time. EverQuest would be followed in late 1999 by another MMO, Asheron's Call. Together with Ultima Online, this triumvirate is sometimes referred to as the Big Three, for their collective role in popularizing MMOs in the West, although Asheron's Call achieved considerably less sales than its two previously mentioned compatriots. This didn't stop it from acquiring its own loyal player base, however, and it stood out for its highly skill-based combat system, which was more action-focused than the games which preceded it, and incorporated real collision detection with a heavy focus on aiming and movement. Alongside the ability to kill other players and acquire some of their items, similar to in Ultima Online, this led to a heavy focus on player killing, with communities and player-based factions forming to support
Your skill
this.
has increased.
Outside of this, Asheron's Call is also significant for the vast size of its in-game world, which was entirely seamless, with no loading screens or separation between zones, as well as the way it told its story, which happened through in-game playable events that were released monthly and could be shaped by the community's actions. One of the most famous of these events was the Shard of the Herald,
Your skill
where
has
players
increased.
were tasked with destroying several in-game shards, only to find out upon the destruction of the final shard that this would actually summon a legendary demon to the world. However, as no one originally knew what would happen when the shards were destroyed, it led to a split in the player base between those who wanted to destroy them against those who wanted to protect them. To aid in the story, the developers jumped in game to take the role of powerful NPCs who bribed certain players with the promise of high-level items to destroy the shards in the name of a demon, thus continuing the planned story, and so that's what ended up happening. Except on one server, Thistledown, where the defenders actually managed to resist. To do this, they set up 24-hour protection, working together in shifts to successfully guard the final shard, until the developers once more stepped in to take a more active role by summoning high-level monsters to finally force the shard's destruction. Still, in return for their efforts, the defenders were immortalized with an in-game statue bearing their names to forever commemorate their valiant defiance. This example does a great job at illustrating the potential for unique storytelling provided by a living world, where players can play an active role in evolving events, and where developers can even get involved too, by taking on a role similar to that of the Dungeon Master in a Dungeons & Dragons game. My favourite example of this type of developer interaction has to be in 2005's relatively short-lived and averagely reviewed MMO, The Matrix Online. And while I'm sure this game did have its problems, one of which being how weird the combat looked, its narrative was still very unique. The Matrix Online was set immediately following the conclusion of the original trilogy of movies, with the inhabitants of the Matrix, which were the players, now suddenly realizing the truth behind their simulated reality. Basically, the story said, what would happen if loads of people in the Matrix suddenly realized their world was fake, after the machine's defeat? And then instead of the writers trying to create a specific answer, they just let the players be the world's inhabitants, almost like a simulation of this event, rather than a traditionally scripted story, which in this example works perfectly, as the difference between an MMO player in a virtual game world isn't that different to a Matrix inhabitant in a simulated reality world. This concept even had the series' co-creators' blessing, with the Wachowski siblings saying the players would be able to inherit the original storyline as their own. Anyway, The Matrix Online was shut down in 2009, so wow, players, you really fucked that one up, didn't you? Still, before that, The Matrix Online had a dedicated group of developers called the Live Events team, who would be paid to log in and act out the role of specific characters during certain story events.
What?
Including pre-established characters like Morpheus.
Oh my god.
So, in most games where you might get a quest from an
Morpheus
NPC,
is coming!
in The Matrix Online,
Oh my
that quest
god.
giver might have been an actual developer. As you can probably imagine, this type of in-game direct developer or game master interaction has become almost unheard of as time went on, and so have live interactive story events.
Yeah, and it probably
due to the
shouldn't.
problems they create with servers being overloaded when such events inevitably bring too many players into a single location. Still, despite The Matrix Online's problems, its method of storytelling was admirable, although I guess a game from 2005 is getting a little ahead of ourselves. You see, despite covering the so-called Big Three of the early MMO world, one cannot simply leave the 90s behind.
I guess I'm not really looking for
another important game. One that would quickly go on to be bigger than all of the Big Three combined, and would continue to have millions of players from its launch right up to this very day, albeit mostly in Korea. Inspired by old-school roguelike NetHack, with gameplay reminiscent of Diablo, Lineage exploded into the Korean PC-dominated gaming market in 1998, and never quite left, with a more recently released mobile port titled Lineage M still bringing in billions of dollars of revenue. In addition to its hardcore player-versus-player combat, and its, for the time, innovative in-game guild system, Lineage is best known for putting a heavy focus on grinding, with a philosophy that has come to be synonymous with Korean MMOs, where grinding isn't something that supplements other parts of the game, but instead, grinding is the game. To understand why Lineage was quite as successful as it was, isn't that easy to do, as its success never really spread much beyond Korea, and also soon led to many other Korean MMOs with similar visual and design styles, sometimes referred to as Lineage clones. However, it may help to think of it this way, which is that while outside of Korea, Lineage was seen as just another Korean MMO, within Korea, Lineage was the MMO, and its legacy can still be seen in new Korean MMOs to this day. But Korea wasn't the only Asian country helping to shape the MMO genre. In late 90s Japan, the personal computer gaming market was still struggling to find life, but the console market was growing like never before. And so, after playing several Western online games, including Ultima Online, Diablo and EverQuest, Sega chairman Isao Okawa came to the conclusion that the internet was tied to the future of gaming, leading to the creation of the first ever console MMO, Phantasy Star Online, which released on the Dreamcast in the year 2000. Due in part to its console limitations, alongside the inspiration it took from
I won
Diablo,
that was so cool.
Phantasy Star Online was a lobby-based game where players would form groups of up to 4 players
I love
to explore
PSO.
different variants of 4 different
PSO was my
dungeons.
first game. Yeah.
Compared to the free
This is where I entered the time chart. Notice he talked for 45 minutes about MUDs and onlines and MMORPGs in this 2-hour and 45-minute video, right? I love Never Knows Best. I think he's one of the best on the platform. Though his style sort of irks me a little bit, but I like him though. I like his content. I mean, his style's great. It's tip top excellent. I'm not one to talk. I don't have 300,000 subs. I'm just saying that, you know, like personally, his style's a bit slow for me. It's not bad though in any way or form. Look, he did all the first MMOs, and then he finally got to the golden age, which is where I entered the scene. And I'm from the golden age, and I expect golden age out of these people. And I think the kids are used to something less than that. I'm not. I'm used to the golden age of WoW and FFXI and EVE Online and, you know, Diablo 2 and Phantasy Star Online and Grand Theft Auto 3 and all these really groundbreaking fucking golden age games. And so, you know, and so notice that we got through all of part 1 and halfway through part 2 before I entered the timeline. So we were like 40% of the way in before I even began playing video games. Always remember, there's someone who's been doing this 30 years before you were born. You might think you're a pioneer. I am not a pioneer, not in any way or fucking form. I'm basically, I hate this part of it. I wish I had been born younger, or sorry, older. I wish I had been born earlier, like maybe 1967 as opposed to when I was born, so that I was able to be there for Ultima and all of the MMORPG history, and I was not. And it is my biggest regret that I'm not older. People think I'm, like, it's funny, the kids think that we should feel shame for being bald and old and all this stuff, but honestly, I wish I was kind of older. A little bit. I was even at the age of 41. I wish I was older. I wish I was 57, honestly, right now. And I know that's crazy to say that you want to be like whatever, like 20 years older. But I do. I wish I was 20 years older because I missed the dawn times of MMORPGs, and that's how much I love this. And I wish I had seen the dawn times, and I wish I had been there on EverQuest and RuneScape, and or not RuneScape, but what's it called? Ultima Online. But I was too young, and I wish I had been there. I mean, it was crappier back then. Those games were crappier, but boy, I wish I had been there. I wish I had been there for the 80s. I wish I had been there for the cocaine 80s. I wish I had been there for the Ultima Online. I'm jealous of them. I wish I had been there for the arcade revolution. I think I would be famous. I mean, I'm not famous, but I've got, you know, some recognition with some thousands of people. And like, you know, and one day I do aspire to be something great in the scene, but even if it takes it to 50 years, but I don't, you know, I wish I had been born older because they got to experience the birth of MMORPGs. I did not, and I'm intensely jealous of them. Now, Never Knows Best has proved that no matter when you enter the timeline, you can still cover it. And he probably was around for Ultima Online, or he wouldn't know about all of this. I mean, he did a lot of the research, but I think he was probably there. I would imagine Never Knows Best is something like 50. Maybe he's a little younger. He might be 40, but I'm guessing he might be 50. I'm guessing he's 47. Okay.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
Well, I didn't die.
Your skill has increased.
That's what counts. I didn't get this, huh? Damn it. Stupid horror show, yag. Oh, I got my Caracal skin. Yay. I beat him. I beat Astral on that one. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's a good haul for me. It wasn't very expensive. Fucking skin for 400 grand. Right now, that skin for 400 grand isn't worth shit. 400 grand isn't shit. I ship 400 grand. You know what I'm saying? That's like less than a copper in WoW or something. It's just nothing really. But in 10 years, this skin will be worth something. It will be worth a lot more than 400 grand. Maybe it's only 10 million, but that's still, you know, 20x, 30x, whatever I gambled for it at the time, which was 400 grand, you know? Spent 400 grand. Even if it takes in 10 years, it'll be worth at least 10 million. I know it will. It just has to. It'll just be worth more. It just will. It'll be worth more. The game isn't going anywhere. I think these people are in it for all our lives. I think they're the only company that wants their game to last all of our lives. And yeah. And yeah, I really would like to vote, but I can't. I'm like stunned, or I can't move, or something dumb. The fuck was that? I parried him. I got it. Fucking, I like tanking in FFXI. It's the only tanking I've ever liked. I don't like tanking. Never have. I don't like being the focus. I don't like people paying attention to me. I don't like them paying attention to how I'm lazy and I don't care about what happens. I don't, you know, like there's a lot of reasons I've never liked tanking. I don't mind being the star of the show, obviously. I don't care about being like the most, you know, the focal point. I named my character Catalyst. It's not that side of it. It's that it's just the responsibility for someone so lazy as me, who cares so little, is pretty hard. It's always been so hard. Like I hid for the first 15 years how little I care about what actually happens in these games. You know, I hid that, but you know, by the time I was like, I don't know, 17 years into it or something like that, and WoW was dying, I couldn't hide the fact anymore that I just don't care about the loot. I don't care about dying. I don't care about them dying. I don't care about losing tourneys. I don't care. I just want to be there and have fun. I don't care what happens, you know? And I hid this from my friends for a long, long time. My friend Bagon, I think it was like my poor friend Bagon, I think it was like a rude awakening for him, who I actually was when we did Baldur's Gate 3, and he began to understand that I didn't want to pick a character. I don't value any of the loot. I'm chaotic neutral. I don't give a shit what happens. I don't care if he dies. I don't care if the game boss dies. I don't care about killing the game boss. I don't care about what, you know, it's like, you have to understand the between the Asperger's, the brain damage, and the insanity, like it's like I'm a crazy crackhead essentially. I don't care what happens. I don't care what loot falls. I mean, I get pissed off if it feels like I was treated dishonorably, or that the developer failed in the execution of the process and made the thing less fun than it should have been, or something like that. But I just don't. I couldn't give two shits about being the best in anything. I don't care about loot. I don't care about, like, you know, I care about levels because it saves me time, you know. So, but yeah, and I don't care. So I hid this for a long, long time. And so this is one of the reasons why I don't tank in other MMORPGs ever, because tanking implies that you care. I don't care. I don't want to make it through. I don't care about what loot's at the end of the dungeon. And this is something I used to feel I had to fundamentally hide from people. And I'd be like, oh man, I really want this thing. And then they'd be like, you really don't care, do you? At the end, when you get the item, I'm like, sweet. I just put it in my bag and I forget it happened. Right? They're like, you don't care, do you? I don't care. I don't care about what happens. I just want to be there to have fun. I don't care if I've had the best loot. I mean, I just don't care. And it's hard to describe that to people. It's hard to sum it up or like, you know, to like justify it or even make it sound sane or something like that. Now, why won't you do what I want you to do? I've been trying to get you to spam this for a long time now. I've been hammering the keys. Your skill has increased. Let's go. But yeah. I gotta put on next PBOT. That's not good enough. 136 for this kind of stress. It's like, yeah, what's going on here, Vokes? Yeah, it's good, it's good. I don't care to switch. I don't care. Like I used to get in fight with Final Fantasy. I used to get in fights all the time with Final Fantasy 11 nerds, because they'd be like, gear equip gear set is the whole point of the game, and I'd be like, no. And no, I don't like the idea of changing armor mid melee combat, and I will never embrace it, and I don't want it, and it was a mechanic I never wanted in the game, and I don't think it should have ever been in the game, and I don't like that, and trust me, this cripples my playstyle, trust me, but I don't like writing equip set macros, and I never have, and I never will, and I don't want to, and I don't, and they wrote it out of MMOs. You can't switch armor mid fight anymore. That's not. I mean, you can, but why would you? I mean, like, I guess for trinkets and WoW and stuff like that. But trinkets have always made sense to me, and rings and stuff like that. But taking your chest piece off to a different chest piece or something like that, that's always been a bit weird for me. So I just, like, because I don't care about changing my gear sets, I just wrote it out of my gameplay, which pretty much killed the loot pleasure for all of the loot in this game for me. I don't care about any of the loot in this game. I feel bad when I don't have it, because I want to be proficient and efficient and not be an asshole in the party or whatever. I feel bad when I don't have it, and I try and I farm the money and I go buy it, but I don't value it. I don't value what it does for me. I don't value when I'm wearing it. I don't care. And that's very weird. It's like something's fundamentally broken in my brain or something, but it's very difficult for me to value anything but the fun, you know? And this is something I think developers have starting to understand a little bit more about the people that they're selling these games to. Why won't you run these to Sammy? I've been spamming the buttons. God damn it, there's some kind of fucking server lag or something. So dumb. It's because there's too many people in the server. Like, I'm a Fortnite player. You know I'm spamming this shield button. I'm spamming it. You can hear me doing it. I'm fucking spamming this button, and I'm getting like 10-second delays. And I'm sorry, but it is. It's like bad server lag. I don't know what it is. It's a combination of the paint mod slowing down the CPU and like me streaming and running in 1920 and then like, you know, and in a full screen and on a big monitor, and all of it combined leads to like this terrible fucking latency for me sometimes, and it's so annoying. And the VPN. You add in between the VPN, the reduced upload-download rate, the CPU-intensive game, the intensive scene, being zoomed in, the paint mod that makes everything look better, and running 2 games at once, and the YouTube being on in the background, and 4 tabs being open, all monitoring streams, right? Oh, speaking of which, that's odd. My fucking... Excuse me for just a second. There's a couple things that aren't right. Yeah. I'm not on the right screen. Okay, go. Okay, so, there we go. And, I need to go to here and monitor my stream. Yep, good. And there we go, and we go, and then, and I'm gonna mute it, and I'm gonna mini player, yeah, there we go. And then, I don't know why, but my tablet shut off. Seems kind of odd. I don't know why that would have happened, but okay. I mean, it's tech, and it's Microsoft, and all this stupid ass, you know, fucking, OS stuff, yeah. I would like to switch over to Linux and say fuck you to Microsoft for the rest of my life, but I know it'll affect my work in a really drastic way. I want Microsoft out of my life now, God damn it. Go back, watch. God damn it, you screwed up here again. Go to the mini player and mute it. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, see, I get this like input stuff lag. It's the mod. The mod makes the game lag here. It's annoying. But I like the way it looks. I love the way this raptor looks. He looks real. Not real, but he looks like he actually has like a 3D presence, unlike the crappier unmodded version of the game. It looks way better. So yeah, and it has costs though.
Your skill has increased.
Go back and yeah. 428 join, 213 won. I'm winning 50% of my fucking hands, guys. That's in gambling. That's so good. If you're winning half of the hands, you are like really a good gambler, I would say. Yeah, I keep forgetting Yonin too. God damn it. Fucking Vogue. Get off him. This thief. Oh no, I got him. I got him. There we go. So yeah, and so like one of the things about tanking in other games is like, you know, it lets the people around me understand that I don't really care too much about the outcome, and that's something that I wish to hide from them. But I don't care if I die. I don't care if they die. I don't care if loot falls. I don't care. I've seen so much of all of it that I don't care. I just want to have fun while I'm there. That's all. It's very simple. And I don't care what you think about loot. I don't care if you value it. I don't care if you think I'm bad because I don't have it. I don't care, you know? And so it's just, you know, and it's weird. It removes I mean, it removes a lot of the value of the game, but it also makes it fun all the time, because you don't do anything that isn't fun, you know? This is fun to me, or I wouldn't do it. Like, I don't do anything that isn't fun either. That's another thing that people don't understand. If the grinding isn't fun, I won't do it. And they're like, what? Well, you're trying to be competitive in this game. You have to. And I'm like, no, I don't. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do equip sets. Watch me. Watch me do this for 100 years. Watch me do this for like 70 years. Watch me. And I don't need to do anything. Yeah. So.
Freedom of Ultima Online, or the complexity of
It didn't have the freedom.
Phantasy Star Online may have admittedly been more limited, but this also had the advantage of making it more accessible to its console
24
audience,
again?
and
Yeah, we
it
are.
quickly found
Your
a
skill has
dedicated audience
increased.
in its home market of Japan, making it the first ever MMO to do so. And despite not being quite so massive as its compatriots, Phantasy Star Online still retained a focus on the social aspects of the genre, with a trading system that forced players to trade between themselves as the only means to acquire certain important items, and with an automatic translation system that would display many key phrases in multiple different languages, so that players from different parts of the world could still communicate and play with each other, all on the game's one single global server. This idea of bringing different people together would be taken even further by another Japanese MMO, Final Fantasy XI, which released in 2002.
FFXI.
Taking heavy inspiration from EverQuest, Final Fantasy XI once more placed a large focus on needing to group with other players to progress, following the design idea that it would be a game about a group of adventurers coming together to form a party, just like in a classic Final Fantasy game, except this time all the adventurers would be players. As such, group-based cooperation was at the center of many of the game's systems, like its skill chain system, which granted players bonus effects by forming combos with other party members in combat. Likewise, death was once more punishing, involving losing a significant amount of experience points, and the world was designed to be dangerous, to force players to need to group together to overcome its challenges together. Still, where Final Fantasy XI truly stood out was how it took Phantasy Star Online's global interconnected approach to its player base even further, as not only did it also feature global servers and an automated translation system, but also, for the first time for an online game, it was also cross-platform and eventually cross-console.
L21, you
whether
always get
played
me.
on
It's
PC,
so annoying.
PlayStation or Xbox, in Europe, America or Asia, everyone could still play together. This wasn't the only way MMOs would become more accessible, however, as in England, a game which would receive multiple iterations and go on to shape a whole generation of adolescents' online lives, was to be first released to the public in 2001.
I can't cast Utsusemi. I've been spamming.
And while it didn't become a global gaming phenomenon overnight,
So annoying.
it didn't take long.
Your skill has increased.
Mostly for one
I'm just gonna
simple reason.
put the
which
macro
was
right next
that
to the other one in
anyone
case I hit the
could
wrong
play
button.
it. RuneScape was a free-to-play game, fully playable with just a web browser, which meant the traditional costly barriers to entry of paying for a physical game, a monthly subscription, and an expensive gaming-capable PC weren't standing in players' ways, and so many people, particularly younger players, were able to step foot into a virtual online world for the first time. And while the graphics may have been basic, its game design wasn't. Taking inspiration from earlier MUDs, with an open-ended, player-driven design similar to that seen in Ultima Online, RuneScape allowed thousands of players to level up skills and complete quests in whatever order they chose. For some, it would be the start of their MMO addiction. For some, it would be the start of their RuneScape addiction, and for some, it was just a taste of what was out there and might be to come. But regardless, few
Your
games
skill
in
has
history
increased.
have had such a large impact on a particular generation of gamers, and through two very different versions of the game, RuneScape continues to thrive to this day. Still, accessibility wasn't the only way the MMO genre was evolving, as 2001 would see another significant release in Dark Age of Camelot. With a smaller development team and lower budget than some of its rivals, Dark Age of Camelot had its work cut out for it to compete in the now blooming MMO landscape, and this was only furthered by its developers' struggle to secure a publisher. Still, Dark Age of Camelot nevertheless did compete, and it was all thanks to the focus on a new type of competitive play: PvP. Using the source material of Arthurian legend, a decision made due to it being in the public domain and so free to use, Dark Age of Camelot divided its player base into 3 distinct factions or realms, all vying for control of a mythical Camelot after the death of King Arthur. Players would then work with members of their own faction to fight against players from the 2 enemy factions in player vs player combat. PvP would go on to be a staple of the MMO genre, and it did exist before Dark Age of Camelot in the form of player killing, or PK, but this was the first time an entire game was designed around
Kestrel.
the idea, as where other MMOs saw rampant player killing as a problem and in time tried to prevent or curtail it, Dark Age of Camelot instead thoroughly embraced the player base's natural tendency to want to kill each other and offered it to them on a scale unseen before in the genre. To this end, the long-running tradition of harsh penalties for player deaths was relaxed, as the developer wanted players to put themselves in harm's way for glory of the realm. Likewise, supporting systems, like crafting, were incorporated into the broader realm vs realm conflict, like by allowing players to craft vital PvP items like siege equipment or ammunition, and rewards were also given to those who were victorious, with guilds being able to claim and hold territory, and entire realms gaining bonuses for capturing and holding valuable relics. The result was a game many players consider to be the pinnacle of large-scale player vs player gameplay, and this was reflected in Dark Age of Camelot sales, as it went on to achieve the second highest subscriber count of any MMO in the West, only surpassed by EverQuest. The key to this success, despite the game's relatively modest budget, may be due to the fact that it was less reliant on its developers to continuously create new content for its players to engage with, because in a PvP-focused game, the players are the content, and all the developers needed to do is give them a reason to want to keep killing each other. And so, players fought not only for rewards, but for pride, and glory for their guilds, and a fierce loyalty to their realm. And through this endless conflict, bonds were forged as success in combat still relied on grouping up with other players to maximize effectiveness. And if player vs player, or even medieval fantasy wasn't for you, the early 2000s would also see the rise of many new settings and styles of games as the MMO genre continued to grow year on year. Some examples to reflect this growing diversity include 2001's sci-fi MMO Anarchy Online, set in a
I played
distant
Anarchy.
29,000
Not very long, though.
AD.
I thought it was really
Or
cool, but it was boring.
2002's
It was a boring
2D
game.
sprite-based
in my opinion.
Korean MMO Ragnarok Online, or 2003's entirely space-based MMO EvE Online, set in a single shared game world that spanned 7,800 visitable star systems, or 2004's City of Heroes, a superhero-based MMO with some of the deepest and most expressive character creation in video game history. And with new settings also came big names. For example, 2003's Star Wars Galaxies offered players the chance to do something many people around the world had dreamed of for years. A chance to step into the universe of Star Wars and just live there for a bit. Something Star Wars Galaxies in particular excelled at due to its Ultima Online.
No, it didn't.
Open-ended
Star Wars
design
Galaxies was a very bad
and
game.
focus on
It
non-combat
just had the
focused
name Star
professions
Wars,
like
so
the
it did
trader
well.
or entertainer,
There was some really
that
deep stuff in
alongside
it,
a
but it wasn't
detailed and
a
highly
good game.
customizable
Combat was
housing
bad.
system could lead
Combat
to
was
entire
famously bad for
player-created
10 years,
cities,
till the community
useful
just left the
facilities,
game.
and
You know, it
businesses
was not a
that gave
good
other
game.
players
It
a
was
reason to
just
visit.
an important game. It did a lot of
course,
important things for
for
its
almost
time.
all of
But,
these
but
games,
combat-wise,
the
that was not a
activities
good
players
game.
actually did in them were to some degree repetitive, basic, and possibly
Boring.
unfulfilling from a
Just like
gameplay
Anarchy. Anarchy
perspective.
was boring like that too.
In an
Combat
IGN
sucked.
review from 2001,
Combat in all the
they
MMOs
described
sucked
the
until
average MMO
WoW.
combat as
I mean, it was okay in
boring, hit-button,
FFXI,
and
but it was
drink
truly
while the
good in
monster
WoW.
dies.
I love this
As
combat.
even
It's I'm
Star Wars
addicted to it,
2001,
but it's just because it's a
stereotype
different
existed
form of that
MMOs
combat.
being
It's
tedious,
turn-based,
even
but
during their most
I mean it's real-time
action-packed
turn-based, but
segments like the combat, where you're
but like WoW is like full-blown action ARPG combat pretty much. I should do a Sandoria thing. Eco Warrior. Damn, I double crit for 40. I can't overdo this. It's too expensive, but I like these. 10 runs. That's worth it to me if I could actually make them. I think I'll buy 3 of these, yeah. This one, I want to gamble a little less, though. We'll try this one for 4. Yeah, because it's a bit expensive. Or, well, I want the lion's share. I want 6, but I'll wait for somebody else to compete. These are expensive. They're goddamn like 40 million a piece, and I can make like a bunch of them if I can make it. Over the years, I will get better at indie, and I will eventually, within the next 2 or 3 years, start producing everything that I use. But I mean, it's going to take some time. Definitely have to learn it all. I definitely have to get all the BPCs and the BPOs and all this. I don't like Yonin. I'm not used to it, and I don't like it. He stunned me. Yeah, he did. Wow, he like double hit me.
Your skill has increased.
Thank God he was paralyzed on the third hit, because it was like,
Yes, even during their most action-packed segments, like the combat, where you often had to just watch your character perform auto-attacks until the enemy ran out of hit points. But combat wasn't the only thing that could take a while. You also had to wait around to find groups, spend a lot of time waiting to get to your destination when travelling, kill large numbers of similar enemies to level up, which might require waiting around for enemies to respawn or for your character to regain health or mana, and so on. You could say the MMO genre didn't really value the player base's time, and when you consider that this genre was primarily funded through monthly subscriptions, meaning there was an incentive to give players things to do and make them take as long as possible to prevent people from running out and unsubscribing, there is some merit to this idea. Still, for many players, it didn't matter that what you did in these games was sometimes boring, because the MMO dream of creating real virtual worlds was so alive within these games, and for the right person, nothing was more exciting than that. And hopefully, with the examples in this segment, you can start to see that. Like how playing through massive player-driven story events in Asheron's Call, or creating huge alliances and participating in actual wars against other realms to conquer land in Dark Age of Camelot, or creating actual cities complete with taxes, player-voted mayors, and server-famous bars and cantinas in Star Wars Galaxies.
you know, it's weird. I think we're gonna remember New World really, really fondly, kind of like Dark Age of Camelot, but I think they're both gonna fail. I think they're gonna fail in the same style, in the same way. I think they're really, really, really fundamentally super good games, but they just didn't get the luck that they needed or the support. Something about New Worlds is fundamentally wrong, and I don't know what it is. And that's weird to me. I've always known what it is. I think it's that the loot, I'm sorry, the gear does not feel. I think they need like a materia system. I mean, they do. They have a good materia system, kind of. It's their gem system, but it wasn't good enough. They need to revamp the gem system. The gems were always the strong points of the game, and I think they need to redo that gem system entirely. And they should, and the gems should be more powerful. And I don't know. It's hard to say how to go about doing that, but that's what I feel like should happen. I don't know. There's something about the implementation of the loot. That loot is worthless to me. When I got level 700 gear, I was like, "Oh, good! I don't have to worry about gear anymore." But that gear, something about it, it just doesn't feel good when you get it. And I think the gear is the core problem in New World, and I don't know how you fix that. But that's my working theory: is that loot isn't good enough to make me want to log in the game to go get it.
Your skill has increased.
Or the levels, there's not enough weapons. If there was like 20 more weapons, I would absolutely play New World all the time. I miss New World. I kind of wish I was playing it, but I've been waiting for the Slayer script, and I really don't have a concept of when that Slayer script is. When is New World Slayer script? I've been asking almost every day. That's something that is a big change in the right direction. Yeah, but this was in February when you last mentioned this. I've been scripting. Oh yeah, never mind. Oh, shit! Oops. I thought I attacked, but I didn't.
Your skill has increased.
I mean, 2 nins did make the party like pretty much lol, but it would have been better with a bard. Bard makes 2 nins perfect. I would have just taken another DPS. It would have been faster. Oh, it's a phone call. Hello? Sorry, guys, got a phone call.
Your skill has increased.
Got good XP in here. Right on, right on. But I will, does something pop here? I don't think so. I don't think anything pops here, no. So I'm going to go anon and sit for a second. This was a good party. I have been asked by my family to bring them some things, and I'm going to do so. I will be gone just like 3 minutes here. I just have to run something upstairs. Won't be but a minute. We will leave EVE Online in the meantime. I got this. Yeah, I did get this. And we'll go back to this history and we'll claim your item. Claim. Cool. And now I'll go back to history and we'll do the next synchronization. And I will be right back, guys. Won't be long. Terribly sorry. Okay. Oops. Gonna start another sync here. I lost, huh? Yeah. Oh. No, I'm gonna leave it running. I'm not going home. think I'll keep it on. But here. I don't want it getting colder than 55 degrees in here. There we go. Yep, that's good. Okay, so sorry about that, guys. I had to make 2 trips and then pee, which was gonna happen anyways. There we go. Lost that one, huh? Okay. Okay, I'm back to it. Now I am a 27 ninja. I suppose I should look at katanas now. Go back to Juno. Okay, what? I mean, no. You went full 100. Now I'm gonna aggro. Oh, you went full 100. Fucking cast a spell. You piece of shit laggy server. Fuck you. Piece of shit. I'm sick of software fucking with me in every fucking aspect across all areas of my life. I'm sick of it. You know that I got that spell cast 5 or 6 times by the time you told me it interrupted. Whatever.
Games more than games. And hell, back in the early 2000s, the entire concept of an online game was still pretty novel. Halo 2 is often considered one of the most important online games of all time. It played a
Are you gonna
hugely
cast or
important
what?
role in normalizing online gaming, and being able to play Halo multiplayer with other people over Xbox Live was seen as a truly revolutionary and groundbreaking moment for gaming consoles. And Halo 2 released in late 2004. Now, I don't want to imply that Halo 2 multiplayer wasn't good, but it wasn't an entire virtual world for players to live.
That's where we got the 360 no-scope.
It's also worth considering that MMOs predate social media. When I was a teenager, people at school
MMOs were
used
social
MSN
media
Messenger to talk to each other over the internet after school. And this was the main thing many people did for fun in their free time. Which makes some sense, as this was before smartphones and texting was still expensive, and things like Facebook didn't exist yet.
Expensive.
So any program that allowed you to simply chat with people was seen as pretty incredible. But MMOs predated MSN Messenger, and they also allowed you to talk to other people over the internet, as well as so much more. And so, the early to mid-2000s were a true golden age for MMOs, both for the players who were getting to experience the thrills of these virtual worlds for the first time, and for the genre itself, which was seeing growth in both the number of games available and in the total number of subscribers playing these games. This was a time when the rules of the genre were still being written, when exciting new titles were always just over the horizon, and when no one really knew what they were actually doing in these games, making the experience arguably more enjoyable as a result. Most of all though, it was a time when the future seemed bright. Every year was producing rapid advancements in both graphical and processing power within gaming, and if these kinds of huge, expansive and realistic worlds were possible now, just imagine what they would be like in 5 or 10 years' time. And if the MMO player base was large now, it would surely only grow as each year saw an increase in the number of people with access to gaming capable PCs, and with access to the internet, and with access to higher speed broadband connections. And so, the future seemed full to the brim with promise and potential, all just waiting for something to come along and ignite it. For a spark to create a flame that would set the whole world ablaze.
And this is where it gets boring. I'm gonna change the video.
There's a new movie out.
Thank
right
you, Penguin
now
Zero,
called
for the excellent content from my stream.
Imaginary.
I've liked and
I
subbed to your
bet
channel.
most of you watching have never heard of this film before in your life, and those of you that have heard of it, I imagine zero of you had any interest in going to see it, because even just from the first trailer, anyone with eyes would recognize this movie had no chance at being anything even close to decent. It was doomed from the start. It's a movie about a haunted bear imaginary friend. It's as creatively bankrupt as it gets. I would sooner buy a ticket to watch the feature film of The Poop That Took a Pee than going to Imaginary. But I actually did go see Imaginary, so that point doesn't really work. That's moot. I saw it yesterday and can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt, it's horrible. It's trash. It's terrible. This is the latest super stinker from Blumhouse. More like Butthouse, because this shit is ass. I am no stranger to bad movies, as all of you know. I have a huge passion for seeing them. But man, Blumhouse is pumping out some extraordinarily boring ones. It feels like they're not even trying with anything anymore. They just know that because the budget is so low for these movies, and there's so many people in the world that just want something to do, they'll make a profit off those just curious enough to buy tickets to pass time. So they don't even bother putting in the bare minimum amount of effort to even produce something that has a single redeeming quality about it. Like, I'm pretty sure Imaginary was probably filmed in like 2 weeks, because they just used the first take of everything that they shot and then just called it a wrap and said, print it, good enough. So I saw it yesterday with Aaron. Aaron and I have been seeing pretty much every bad movie of the last year or so together, and this is definitely a bad movie that we experienced, and I kind of want to just dissect it here. Not for any reason other than I saw it, so I kind of just want to debrief about it. I know none of you are interested in seeing it, but I don't care. I'm going to peel your eyes open and make you understand why this movie turbo sucks. The best compliment I can give Imaginary is it's better than Night Swim, which is a very low bar to pass, but it is better than Night Swim. That's the Blumhouse movie from January, which is all about a haunted pool. Big congrats to Imaginary for being able to beat that. What an achievement. The accomplishment cannot be understated. It's better than Night Swim. Put it on the back of the DVD box. Before getting super deep on Imaginary, I want to go ahead and thank World of Warships for sponsoring this video. Big thanks to World of Warships for sponsoring this video. I've been working with the World of Warships team for quite some time to design some custom in-game content, so I'm a commander in the game now. I go by Chuck Blast on the seas out there, and I'm an absolute menace. The name of our ship is the Blastmaster. We sail under Chuck's flag, so I help design the assets, the camo, just kind of top to bottom. It looks like me, it sounds like me, because I do the voice acting for it. Dead on target. I'm, for all intents and purposes, engaged in war out there, and it's extremely fun. Just as a reminder, sales to purchase my custom character, my commander, Chuck Blast, which has my voiceover, as well as the custom skin and flag, ends on March 24th. So make sure to get it before it's gone. You can, of course, still use my invite code, PenguinZ0, as well, to get all of these goodies, too. It's available for PC and consoles, and the code is for newly registered players, but existing players can acquire these items by purchasing my bundle or through the new internet's containers. So you can click the link in the description to get started. Thanks again, World of Warships. Imaginary begins with a man and a woman lying in bed together, and the woman, Jessica, has just had another nightmare where she's attacked by a spider.
I don't think I'm gonna watch this. It seems boring to me. Oh, yeah, there was something else I was going to do today. I totally spaced. So it is now the proper time to do Dragon's Dogma character creator. So let's go do that. Yep, install. 5 gigs for that, huh? Character creator, and storage. Okay, well, I have a lot. I don't know. What's on my C drive right now? Let's go physically C. Is it Rust? I think I'm going to delete Rust for Dragon's Dogma. Browse local files. Go up one. So, yeah, this is my C drive. I have Rust, which is 28. Soda, which is 13.5. Let's get rid of Rust and Soda. Uninstall Rust and Soda off my C drive.
You've been examined.
Oh, am I running? No. Anon. And, I believe I will seek party. And I will find another party. I want to get to 37 so I can... Ugh, my door didn't go on its hinge. I'll be right back. Oh, I have stuff to sell as well, which is good. Just checking for monies. Yep, nope. And then, are you, oh, right, so I want you, yeah, I want you to, first of all, did Dragon's Dogma actually start? Come in! I'm gonna mute the mic, guys. I have visitors, and yeah. Okay. I don't think it's too bad in here. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm coming. Huh? Sorry. Hi.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't know people were coming, so it's a little bit dirty.
Cans on the floor, huh?
Yeah, I gotta crush them all, but because you know they take up too much space.
Okay, very good.
Oh, gotta. Okay, guys, so we're gonna do the Dragon's Dogma 2 character creator here. It's 5 gigs. I've got to move Rust, and oh yeah, I'm gonna take Rust off of my drive. That was 36 gigs. Soda is sitting at no, I guess, yeah, I don't know what Soda is, but I'll remove Soda. I'm gonna pause the video here. Oh my god, I've unmuted this mic like 7 times and it failed all 7 times. Sorry, I don't know why the button doesn't work, but it doesn't. Fucking the only problem with this microphone is the button works like half the time. But it's a great HyperX solo mic and stuff. So I have unpaused the video. I'm terribly sorry. I was talking with a muted microphone there, but I didn't. Well, I really wasn't down with the goddamn fucking interruption right today, and I really wasn't down with getting my fucking mind blown for half an hour, distract my fucking shift, and scare all my fucking clients away. And I was really not down with my mic not unmuting and all the stupid bad shit that's happening. But whatever. We're just gonna accept that a bunch of bad stupid shit happened for no reason. And choose a race, body type for it happens every day. I don't know why a bunch of bad stuff happens all the time, but it does. Choose a race, body type, and base head to determine the character's basic appearance. You'll then be able to make further edits by selecting customize. What? No. What? Okay. Base body. Okay. I can't tell. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I don't want a dude. Yes. Nope. Nope. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, it was very unclear. Race. Will you even tell me what the name of the race is, or... I don't know. What race is this? I mean, are you even going to tell me the name? No. Why did you make this piece of shit program if you can't even label the shit? I'm sorry, but this was not impressive. This seems like a waste of time designed around focusing on Dragon's Dogma 2 way more than I should. But we'll see. There, I got a female cat. That's good enough. I really do not like this character creator. I really have felt it is not very well made at all right from the start. Right from the fucking start. There's no descriptions, nothing. Seems like a ghetto piece of shit program they didn't even spend any time on. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to be negative, but this is my immediate response to this. I mean, the character's cool. Character's really cool, but the fucking actual character creator is not good. I really like her. Wow. Wow, she's really dark. Oh, what? No. Wait, what? No. What happened here? I don't like this character creator. What is going on? Exit. Start over, motherfucker. Your fucking character creator sucks dick. Straight up, dude. Like, fucking Dark Souls was better than this. Dark Souls 1, 20 years ago. I don't know. Can you give me some descriptors or something? This is a worthless piece of shit program, man. Why did you guys bother? I did not expect. I really thought this was going to be a pleasurable experience, but I am finding this a chore to do. God damn it. I don't know. Is that it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm just going to pick a preset now because I don't like your character creator. I'm sorry, but I don't think this is good. Yes. I don't really I mean, what do you mean by fur? Like, I guess, okay. Instead of skin, I guess? Yeah, instead of skin. Okay, fur. What's going on here, guys? Okay. Type 1, Type 2, they look the exact same. Oh, cool, you can change the pattern. That's good. The color intensity of patterns. Oh, yeah. Well, this is really hard to use and very, very confusing. What is this shit, man? This has got to be the worst fucking character creator I've ever seen. It's got the most fucking shit I've ever seen in a character creator, but also the most poorly implemented I've ever seen. Sure. What's the difference between body and fur? Just asking. Yep. I am going to try to start my Final Fantasy client again. Come on, man. Well, you gave me a descriptor now. Beastrin. Okay. I don't like character creators. I think we're stuck in a bad, like, thing with this. This will be my tank, I guess. Because I'm going mage. Can I listen to the voice? Or can I hear the voice? Yeah, okay.
The people here are evacuated and safe. The people here are evacuated and safe.
The people here are evacuated and safe. The people here are evacuated and safe. The people here are evacuated and safe.
The people here are evacuated.
There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated.
What's this? Are you not going to let me change the voice like you used to? I don't think so, and that's sad. Why is the root color so bad? The fuck? That's funny. You can put a sheen on it. It's better than I thought. It got a little better than I thought. But I love the character creation. I don't like the menus. I think they're bad.
There are more people. There are more who can yet be.
Former arisen appear to be plentiful in this world.
There are more who can. There are more.
There are more. Danger might lurk anywhere. Wear every shadow. And mind the ceiling.
Name or moniker? What is that? What's the difference between name and moniker? What? I mean, what's the difference between name and moniker? They're the same fucking thing. Is this okay? What is a moniker, I guess, is maybe what I'm not understanding. What is a moniker? I've never truly understood what the definition of that word is. I always thought it was just the names of something. It's informal for name. They're the same fucking thing. So you're talking about last name or what? See, I don't like their character creator. It's like not well made. I mean, this is frankly confusing. A lot of it was confusing. Unnecessarily. I've seen other games do it better. I think I like the 76 creator better than this. It doesn't have nearly as cool customization at all, but I think it's easier to use than this. I don't know. I'm sorry. No, I'm gonna fucking... Music's good. Could have been better, but it's good.
Incoming Tau. Incoming party and incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
Wow, there's a lot. Ooh, I like the pigtails a lot. I'm gonna do it. Default colors. Can I get a... Can I get like a... Oh, damn it. No. Can I get a color wheel? That would have been so much better. Why did you force me into this? I don't like that. I guess I can get a brighter color a little bit. But it's not too good. Maybe I'll go with black, I guess. Damn it, the colors aren't that good. Why won't you let me use like a color wheel? Why did you waste your time doing all this stupid crap? Couldn't you just give us a fucking color wheel? See, it's not that good. I've not liked your character creators for a long fucking time. MS Paint is better. Frankly. Can't get basic shit like color changes on the hair. Because you don't know how to make fucking character developers. And you think this was a monumental one. It's not. It's a bad character developer. It barely gets even any of the things that I want to do done. I'm sorry. Go back to the drawing board with this. This was not a good fucking character developer. It was the best I've ever seen, but it's still not 1/10 of what it should be. I'm dead serious too. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm saying that out of like actual disappointment. This disappointed me. I expected you to do better than this. But I mean, I don't know, because you seem to hype this. You hyped up the character creator a big deal. I don't know why you did. It's not much better than any other character creator. It's better, but it's not like, it's not good. As you watch me stumble trying to find a color I like. I mean, why? Why would you do this to me? Seems almost Nazi. You're like forcing my hair color to be bad, and I don't like that. And your character creator, it really is woefully fucking lacking. Give me a color wheel. Who gives a shit about 183 different bad colors? Give me a fucking color wheel. You're dumb. You're dumb. A 5-year-old would have known better. I'm sorry, but some of you guys in your design... Mm-mm. And I know I'm supposed to be like all super into this, and it's been fun, but I mean like... This is fucking sad that I can't get the hair color that I want. Go back to the fucking drawing board. You shouldn't have hyped up this character creator as much as you did. It's not very good. I can't get the hair color I want. How is that good character creation? A bunch of fucking MMOs, including Fallout and fucking Bethesda games since 1993 have let you change your fucking hair color on a color wheel. Why the fuck did you Nazi up these default colors like this? I don't care for any of the 183 colors here. From 1 to 183, none of these colors are attractive. Not a single one of them. Some of them are close, like that one's close. I might have to go with that one. But I mean, the red, like, this is frankly fucking sad. Bad character creator. And I'm not just saying this to be negative or be shitty. I'm actually very disappointed. You played this up and I really thought this was going to be good. It's not. It's close to good, you know? But I'm actively disliking this experience, frankly. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't care what the character looks like that much at all anyways, but I mean, this is like, you seriously have 183 options here, and I don't like any of them, so I'm gonna take the one that I like the most, which is still fucking fugly. It looks like some girl who bleached her hair 9 months ago, and the roots are showing. And it's like, what the fuck? I mean, on top of it, yeah, the tip color is part of it, but I mean, like, give me a fucking color wheel. Why did you waste our time with these 183 bad colors? I'm sorry, but... What? I don't know. Bad. Fucking bad character creator, kind of. I can't even get close to what I want. fucking fugly. I'm sorry, but a lot of this was like, this is hyped up. You hyped up something you shouldn't have hyped up. This was not that good of an experience. I am disappointed with this character, and I'm taking her because I have to, not because I want to. You know? And I'm sorry. I mean, maybe I'm just that nice friend that tells you, Capcom, when all the other people just suck your dick all day or whatever. But I'll be that nice guy who tells you that, yeah, this isn't really that good. It's not that good. And it's not because I was really expecting it to be good, honestly. And it was not. This is fairly Nazi and very bad. Oh, good. I can mess with her eyes. Yeah. Oh, type 1. 4 types of eyes. I guess I'll take that one because it stands out the most. Oh, no. Oh, no, never mind. I don't want that. No. There we go. And then eye color presets. None of which matter because you can't see her fucking eyes anyways. I gotta go back to her face. And I want her face pattern. Eye pattern. Oh, yeah, that's her fucking eyeliner. Okay. There. I don't want anything at all. Look better. Yep. And then make these eyes better. I don't know. I don't like this character creator. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Why is this so bad? I don't know, man. I can't even see her eyes. I don't know. I felt that the Elden Ring creator was way, way better. I'm sorry. Her eye style is just tiny. Her eyes are tiny. Why? Eye pattern, but where's just the fucking eyes? Like, you know? This isn't that good. Like, I don't know, man. Like, this was not that good. It's actually less character creation, like, freedom than I'm used to. For like a long time, I've had better experiences in this. This is way less than I'm used to. I'm not happy with this.
Incoming tell.
Fuck. Yes, please.
Incoming party invite.
Two Nim party again. Why? Okay. Can't you get a bard? Whatever. Maybe it's good. I don't know. Seems like less damage than normal. Maybe that's just me. I don't know what all is popular. I should just shut my mouth and let it happen. Oh, wait, no. Oh, 250 gil. But what is it to get back again? I need to go buy food. I forgot. Ah, that cost me 1,000 gil. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. God damn it. Like, her eyes are cute, but they don't look good. Maybe it's her head size. Yeah, that's part of it, but... This isn't it. This is not it. It's like the... This is not it. This is like head, body hair, makeup. Head. Her base head. It's not too good. I want her eyes bigger. Oh, God. Can I get it? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Her brow. Brow height. No, that's not it. It's not it. Eyes. Eye height, right? Yeah, it's a little better, but the size, right? Why are they so small? Oh, I have to go buy food. Oops. No! 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 I have to go to, Oh, I have to go buy food, I guess. I don't know. I do. I have to go run all the way to the fucking auction house. I hate Metalworks, and I hate what they did to Bastock. I hate Comrade. I hate where Comrade is. It's like, man, I switched Sandoria when I first started this, and I wish I had stayed Sandoria, and then I saw the Comrade change, and I was like, oh, Sandoria is better. This guy built the party and then left. Wow. I'll take it, I guess. No, I don't want it. Gotta buy fucking gourds. I didn't want a dark, I wanted a bard. Aw, see, I wish I was lead. Fialho, okay. I don't want a dark, I want a bard. Nin, dark Nin, red mage, white mage. Okay. Works for me. Wow, it's demented. There's somebody I haven't seen in a long time. Food. Food of the meals and vegetables seeking, jack-o'-lanterns, 3,800. We'll buy 2 of them. Leveling is breaking me. Fucking stupid gourds broke me. I've spent tens of thousands on them now. Fucking annoying. It's worth it, though. Teleport me now? Okay. At least I could do that. Because the eyes bother me. This character creator sucked. It sucked worse than Elden Ring. Like, I'm sorry, but it did. This character creator sucks. I really feel like I had to make a free character because it wouldn't give me the freedom I've even been used to 5 years ago, you know? And I'm sorry, I really thought this would be good, but it was not. It was not really... This is her, though. That's her.
At last! The bell has tolled on the age of the console. The return of the Sovereign.
Now, what's going on here? You, like, started the game or something? Now, I mean, what is this? Is, like, I don't want to see this yet. Wait, what's going on? Wait, ah! I had invis! What are you talking about? Oh, okay. Fucking dumb. Is Pug Alley open? Yeah, it's open. Aggro to white. Oh, damn it.
Incoming tell.
At last! The bell has tolled on the age of the console.
What is going on? You keep running something here. I don't understand what's going on. I want to leave the character creator now. I don't want any spoilers or anything. Exit. I don't want any spoilers or intros or anything like that. Nothing at all. I didn't want to see it. When is... I can't get a straight answer. When is Slayer script? When is it? When is... I mean, when does this go live? Wait. Oh, never mind. I was like, yeah, right. Like, they talked about this and then it just dropped off and there's no news about it at all. I guess I kind of want to visit, like, when is this? When is this? Yeah, yeah, deep dive when, as in, like, when is it? It should have been, like, out by now. When is the release of Season of the Guardian? Oh, Season 5 is delayed, okay. They said Season of the Guardian is on March 12th. When is Season of the Guardian? So it came out. Is what it is for 8 days ago? Well, so this did go live like 8 days ago. I should be technically playing New World. I haven't seen the new Slayer script yet.
Your skill has increased.
Oops.
Your skill has increased. You've been examined. Your skill has increased.
Missed. So. I would sub Black Mage. I don't know.
Your skill has increased. 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 Incoming emote. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
This Dark's really fucking good.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
I'm out of battery. God damn it, I'm already halfway through a stack of Shihei. Ugh. Expensive. I need to farm. After this, I'll go take my, my BST to go farm Dark Elemental. Right now, this ninja's 23, so if I was a 46 BST, it'd be okay, but I'm 61, so I have to keep going. Like, or so I'm 63 now, or something like that. So, or 62, so... My Evoke does not work. Oh yeah, I gotta plug this in. So Season of the Guardian did hit. I guess I should patch New World and go in. Excuse me. New World will seriously bog down this client right now. I'm going to wait until the party gets out. But maybe I'll grind Dark Elementals and play New World and level a new character, maybe, or something. I don't know. Play the Season Pass. I don't know. Level weapons I've never done before, maybe. Or something. Redo the whole leveling experience again, maybe. I don't know. No, there's really no reason to start over at all.
Your skill has increased.
It's such an endless grind game that... We are at 23? Yeah, 23. You missed it.
Your skill has increased.
I should really run my ring.
Your skill has increased.
I want to level Dark BST. That would be so fun, maybe. They stepped on me. I want to kill that elemental, but I don't think I'm high enough. No one's here farming that elemental. That's such good money. I should just come fish and... Or I should just come kill elementals all day right here. Because they're probably really fast to kill and, yeah.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, someone killed it. That's alright. You missed it. Oh, well, it's okay. Bunk can go. Okay, let's run a video. There was a Nintendo 64 Final Fantasy 7? No, there's no way.
Your skill has increased.
Why not close water? It's silly. Close water and take your free damage. I want to see that. Add to queue. Add to queue. Add to queue. And add to queue. Add to queue. Play.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The epic title that continues to retell the story of one of the most beloved video games of all time. The level of detail
most overdone
and
video game of all
included in
time.
this reboot has resulted in the successful delivery of an experience that people have been desperate and salivating at the mouth to enjoy for years. However, none of this anticipation would have been possible if it were not for the 1997 original. Functioning as one of my personal favourites of all time, Final Fantasy VII is easily one of the greatest and most influential titles of the 90s. Introducing legions of new fans to the JRPG genre as a whole, Final Fantasy VII felt like the largest, most epic video game that had ever been produced.
Thank you, Top Hat Gaming Man, for the content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
This iconic turn-based affair propelled not just Japanese role-playing games forward, but the Sony PlayStation itself, further helping to cement the hardware as the market leader. However, if you know anything about your gaming history, you will recall that at one point nobody expected this game to come to the PlayStation, as previously every Final Fantasy game had appeared on Nintendo consoles. So when Final Fantasy VII was announced for the PlayStation, the world would be in shock, including even those at Nintendo themselves. So with all of this said, join me today as we revisit gaming's murky past to re-experience the period where we thought Final Fantasy VII would be arriving on a different platform. Hello ladies and gentlemen, Big Daddy Top Hat here. This is the story of Final Fantasy VII for the Nintendo 64. Yeah. The latter portion of the 90s, what a time to be alive. Games were changing at their most rapid pace in history, and titles like Final Fantasy VII would wow consumers with its state-of-the-art polygonal graphics in battles, stunning pre-rendered backgrounds, huge world map to explore, orchestral soundtrack, memorable characters and more. This was everything. Pair all of this with a story-driven narrative that emotionally invested players to levels never seen in the entertainment medium before, Final Fantasy VII raised the bar in the industry. Amazingly, as grand as this game is, you can buy it today for as little as £4.14. Or, perhaps even more insanely, I can get you the expansive, critically acclaimed remake complete with the Yuffie DLC, a side story which wasn't even told in the original game, for 58% cheaper than on Steam. To get these games or hundreds of other discounts, feel free to use my Instant Gaming affiliate links via the pinned comment. You get cheap games and it supports this channel. Thanks everyone. Anyway, cheeky plugs aside, 27 years from its original release, Final Fantasy VII and the original PlayStation are as synonymous together as fish and chips, or Phoenix, Arizona and crackheads. This isn't surprising at all when we consider that 12.8 million copies were sold worldwide. The popularity of this game was off the scale, but of course there was a time when its arrival on the PlayStation was yet to be set in stone. Full context behind this story, we first have to look to a gentleman named Hironobu Sakaguchi, a man who in his younger days fell in love with playing wizardry on his Apple II before landing a job at Square in 1986. It's noteworthy that this was the same year the first Dragon Quest game saw a release on the Famicom, a game that allowed Sakaguchi to persuade management at Square to let him produce an RPG of his own. Final Fantasy would come to exist, drawing inspiration from multiple fantasy titles of the period, including The Legend of Zelda and the Ultima series. Both critically and commercially well received, the game would be the beginning of a media empire, with 2 more Final Fantasy games being published on the Famicom and a further 3 mainline games being published on the 16-bit Super Famicom. Directly following these events, a 7th Final Fantasy game on Nintendo hardware at one point felt dead set. In April of 1994, work would commence on a 7th Final Fantasy game. This would take place almost immediately after the release of Final Fantasy VI, with the next installment in the series planned for release unsurprisingly once again on the Super Famicom, which would have functioned as the 4th title made for the system. Working on the previous title, Final Fantasy VI, the most critically acclaimed Final Fantasy so far, Sakaguchi had repositioned himself to function as the producer of the series, granting more active development roles to other people. Due to this switch up, when it came to Final Fantasy VII, Yoshinori Kitase would be handed a solo directorial role, a decision that was made due to the confidence he had instilled in Sakaguchi and Square, co-directing Final Fantasy VI. While at this point the genre was not as mainstream as it would come to be, Final Fantasy VI, known as 3 in North America, would be popular enough in the region that a follow-up entry would be hotly anticipated. This meant that the gaming press of the period would try their best to follow what was going on behind the scenes. In a March 1995 issue of GameFan, they claimed that Final Fantasy VII for the Super Famicom was rumoured to feature Donkey Kong Country-style SGI graphics, and the game was going to be released
Final
on a
Fantasy
64
VII
cartridge. This,
for the
however, is likely
64.
not to be true, particularly when we take
I
into
can't
account that
believe they tried to
screenshots
do
of the
this.
game during this developmental phase were included in the Final Fantasy 25th Anniversary Ultimania book. Images of this early Super Famicom version of Final Fantasy VII clearly display the game to feature 2D sprites, just like with all earlier iterations from the franchise. In fact, if you look closely at the imagery, they clearly show Locke from Final Fantasy VI being used as a placeholder character. However, if what is out there is to be believed, apparently production of the game would be halted for a while, so that Square could plough resources towards another gaming project. This was the period that another team working at Square was struggling with the production of the ultra-ambitious Chrono Trigger game. The insane collaboration between Square and Dragon Quest creators Enix, featuring artwork from the legendary creator of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama. The choice was made to ensure that it was all hands on deck at the company to help make that game the high quality product that it would turn out to be. Following Chrono Trigger being finished, a game that many considered the pinnacle of Super Nintendo JRPGs, those assigned to Final Fantasy VII went back to work on their game. This next development phase would see more ideas experimented with and chucked around, including the consideration to host a story of the title in a New York-like setting. In terms of ideas that were not used, at one point it was planned that the game would include a sorceress character known as Adia. You know, the very same character who ended up being held back for Final Fantasy VIII. Other ideas would be held back and saved for Parasite Eve, and at one point in history, the game was intended to revolve around a detective story narrative. This version of Final Fantasy VII would have featured a cold-blooded investigator named Joe, who would have been on a mission in hot pursuit of a group that blew up the city of Midgar. While Joe the investigator was dropped, as you can probably tell, some elements of this version of events were retained. Speaking of investigations, you must be into investigating too, especially if you're watching a gaming history video like this. So if you're finding enjoyment right now, you might be pleased to know I upload 2 videos like this every week, and I plan to cover more elements of Final Fantasy's amazing legacy soon. So hit that subscribe button and ring that bell right now to never miss a video. Thanks! As time progressed and we move into 1995, both the Sony PlayStation and Sega Saturn are on the market in Japan, and already it is being considered internally at Square whether or not a Nintendo platform would be a suitable home for the next Final Fantasy game. You see, by this point, especially with the Nintendo 64 delayed, the game's director, Yoshinori Kitase, was beginning to become concerned that the Final Fantasy franchise would be left behind if it did not manage to catch up with 3D computed graphics of the time. A graphical style that was very clearly growing and growing
Your
in
skill has
popularity
increased.
by the day. Due to these changes in consumer tastes, it would lead to the 2D Final Fantasy VII we showed screenshots of earlier being scrapped, and in its place, the early stages of experimenting with a 3D Final Fantasy VII game began. To function as one of the big dogs in this new age, titles needed to be bigger and more ambitious, which required more money being invested and larger teams of people working on projects. The choice would be made to form a team consisting of approximately 120 artists and programmers. Between them, they would experiment using Power Animator and Soft Image 3D software, with a budget allocated to them of more than $30 million. Final Fantasy VII was a project far larger than anything Square had previously worked on. The first big task that would be undertaken by this team was to produce a short experimental tech demo called Final Fantasy SGI, after Silicon Graphics incorporated Onyx workstations, the very same technology that was being implemented and optimized when creating games for the then upcoming Nintendo Ultra 64. Due to this, we would get to witness some rather interesting footage with the Final Fantasy SGI video, showing us a glimpse of what a Final Fantasy game on the Nintendo 64 platform would potentially look like. The demo of this game features polygon-based 3D renderings of characters from Final Fantasy VI, taking part in a real-time battle. Those familiar with a Super Nintendo classic will quickly be able to recognise Terra Branford, Locke Cole, and the ninja known as Shadow in action. As of today, this 5-minute long tech demo now exists as an interesting time capsule, showcasing a pivotal point in history when we were still expecting Final Fantasy VII on the Nintendo 64. During this murky period, while most people expected Final Fantasy VII to appear on Nintendo hardware, behind the scenes, things are in no way clean cut. Even during the era this SGI footage was produced. This was because while SGI hardware was utilised to make this wonderful 3D tech demo, Square had still not committed themselves to the Ultra 64 at all yet. You see, as already mentioned earlier, this was an age in which gaming was going through a tectonic paradigm shift, with many franchises switching from 2D to 3D. For many development houses, including Square, the intimidating realm of 3D gaming was uncharted waters, so they were finding themselves having to navigate extremely carefully to ensure that they stay afloat. Square may have been masters of creating sprite-based 2D JRPGs, but creating one using 3D character models was a much more challenging and risky endeavour. This meant in order to play their cards right, a lot of tough decisions would need to be made correctly. So let's attempt to discuss some of the pros and cons when it comes to picking a side. Final Fantasy VII for the Nintendo 64 certainly had a lot of benefits for Square, including not rocking the boat too much. For starters, the entire Final Fantasy brand had found success exclusively on Nintendo systems, and by this point gaming fans had come to expect Final Fantasy games to appear on such hardware. But just because it seemed like it might be the safest option to stick with, it didn't necessarily mean it was the right one. The first big stumbling block, of course, came when Nintendo opted to stick with cartridge-based media for their Nintendo 64 platform, rather than taking advantage of CD-ROMs like both the Sega Saturn and Sony PlayStation. This meant that when developing any title for the Nintendo 64, programmers would have to deal with and work around the Nintendo 64 cartridges and their extremely limited storage capacity. Building on this drawback further, the escalating prices of manufacturing cartridges and the cheapness of CDs meant that cartridges seemed like a terrible option moving forward. Reportedly, prior to Square and Nintendo's very public divorce, there had of course already been some behind the scenes disagreements between the two Japanese companies that were resulting in friction. During talks, it is said that Square would outright address some of their concerns with Nintendo
Incoming
and their
tell.
peculiar choice to stick with the aging cartridge format. Shinichiro Kachitani, vice president of Square USA, told the company regarding the Ultra 64 that they needed a CD-ROM drive in order to be able to support the majority of future JRPGs that would see release going forward, and without one, the Nintendo 64 with its planned features didn't offer up enough bandwidth to showcase large expansive 3D JRPGs. Ignorantly, it seems Nintendo wouldn't budge, despite Kajitani claiming that Square gave Nintendo plenty of good advice. He also adds that when speaking to the president of Nintendo directly, the infamous Yamauchi-san, the leader of the company refused to listen to anything they had to say. It was at this point that Kajitani realized that developing games for the stubborn Nintendo 64 was likely a poor decision going forward, and other options needed more exploration. However, not all hope on making Final Fantasy VII a Nintendo game was quite lost yet. The announcement of the Nintendo 64 disk drive peripheral, which would allow for games with greater storage capacity, looked like there was a bit more potential for Square to stick around. However, there was still a problem. The DD still couldn't match CD-ROMs in terms of storage, and Nintendo had yet to even produce a 64 DD development kit for programmers to experiment with. Still, developmental experimentation would persist, but after the prototype changed specifications several times, a real-time version of Final Fantasy VII ended up being discarded during the early testing phase for the 64DD. One particular aspect that made it clear that 64 technology was the wrong technology relates to Final Fantasy's classic Deermoth monster. For the Nintendo 64 testing, a 2,000 strong polygonal model had been created of the famous beast, placing excess strain on the Nintendo console, leading to terrible frame rate as a result. Through some calculations, Square would come to the conclusion that in order to produce the game that they had in mind, Final Fantasy VII would need to be spread across an incredible 30 64 DD discs to even make the vision they had in mind possible. This meant that Square couldn't make a decent 3D role-playing game on the 64 with the data compression methods of the period that were available at their disposal. Hironobu Sakaguchi has made the claim that the game began to become huge in scope due to using a lot of motion data plus CG effects and still images. It turned out to be a mega capacity game, and therefore we had to choose CD-ROM as our media. In other words, we became too aggressive and got ourselves into trouble. Faced with the state of current technology and impressed by the increased storage capacity of CD-ROMs when compared to the Nintendo 64's feeble cartridges, it just seemed like it made sense to shift all Square development projects, including Final Fantasy VII, over to the Sony PlayStation. This meant that all the additional bells and whistles, such as the pre-rendered movies the team desired to implement into the game, would all be entirely possible. Square's jump to work with Sony marked one of the biggest studio jumps in history, with the news being publicly announced in 1996 that all planned future games would be for the PlayStation, with Final Fantasy VII being the most anticipated of them all. Reflecting on the move, a character and battle visual director working at Square, Tetsuya Nomura, brings up that he remembers this day well, commenting, "I remember walking down the hall when Sakaguchi-san stopped me and said, 'Hey, look at this.' He was wearing this jumper jacket and he turned around and showed me the PlayStation logo on the back. I stood there, kind of dumbfounded. I was pretty low on the totem pole Square back then, so I couldn't really say anything
low on
in
the
response. And in any event, even if he had talked to me about it, I was only in a position to nod and agree with him." Final Fantasy VII director Yoshinori Kitase, who we've already mentioned in this tale, recalls that in order to help promote the shift to PlayStation hardware in Japan, Square would place an ad in Shonen Jump magazine, a publication that was circulated to 6 million people per issue. This, paired with some solid TV advertising, established in the region that Final Fantasy VII's home would indeed be the Sony PlayStation. Shinichiro Kajitani, the Square USA Vice President, the man who had already spoken to the Nintendo President, would reveal that it was Sony who approached Square, rather than the other way around, with them asking if they wanted to develop 3D games for their system instead of Nintendo. Hiroshi Kawai, a character programmer at Square Japan, brings up that when comparing the two systems through their extensive testing phase, that they quickly discovered there was more benefits to developing games at the PlayStation beyond just its greater storage capacity. While writing performance applications and comparing how well the two pieces of competing hardware fared against each other, he made discoveries. Part of this process would involve him getting a bunch of 2D sprites bouncing off the screen, and then seeing how many polygons he could get within a 60th of a second. In this regard, the PlayStation trumped the 64, and either without any kind of texturing or any kind of lighting. He adds that the Nintendo 64 offered less than 50% of what would have been achievable with the PlayStation, concluding that there is no way you could have anything close to the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy VII on the 64. Tomoyuki Takechi, President and Chief Officer at Square, in relation to the Sony PlayStation deal, brings up that Sony gave them an offer they could not refuse, one of which was better than they had offered to any other publisher. I guess the Final Fantasy brand, with its amazing sales record in Japan, was just too much for Sony to resist. He states that while he cannot talk about the finer details, basically Sony went very low on the per unit royalties they had to pay, a far more attractive offer than Nintendo would have ever been willing to entertain. Takechi states that this deal would lead to making their relationship with Nintendo very unfriendly at the time, with years passing without the parties talking. Kajitani adds that Square employees were banned from visiting Nintendo's offices for an entire decade, viewing the famous JRPG producer as adversarial. Takechi did feel though that leaving Nintendo was not just best for business for themselves, but better for consumers too, as the success of the Sony PlayStation meant that Nintendo couldn't continue to keep forcing up prices. Going back to Kawai, who advocates that the PlayStation was the superior of the two platforms, he has noted in the past that he likes Mario and Zelda, and the Mario and Zelda Nintendo 64 games are very impressive, but believes that games like them are the extent of what the Nintendo 64 could do, providing another reason why the system's library lacks diversity. Building on his experiences, he mentions the recount he heard at the time from when Square revealed to Nintendo they were no longer doing business with them, and that Nintendo's immediate response was, "If you're leaving us, then never come back." In an old interview online from 2001, Square president Hisashi Suzuki claims that while Nintendo were not that frustrated at the time that Square left, relationships would go completely sour at a later date, after Square leaving had a ricochet effect that would convince many other developers that it was a good idea for them to stop publishing Nintendo games too, including Dragon Quest creators Enix. Shinichiro Kajitani's prediction that the Nintendo 64 wouldn't have an expansive 3D JRPG came true. While accounts may vary from person to person on how much bad blood, if any at all, was involved between Square and Nintendo, Square switching the development of their games to the Sony PlayStation was certainly the right move. The game for the PS1 would sell in record numbers, becoming the best-selling Final Fantasy game in history, and becoming the first mainline Final Fantasy game ever to see release in Europe. Holding its legacy in mind today, it's hard to imagine a smaller, weaker Final Fantasy VII on the Nintendo 64 instead of the behemoth of a title we received. However, if the stars failed to align properly, that could very well have been the future we received. Anyway, if you enjoyed this one, then you might want to subscribe and check out my video on this.
I did. This was amazing. I had no idea that they put Final Fantasy fucking 7 on the N64.
Want to support this
no
channel
clue.
in a more personal way, then I'd be very grateful if you back my channel on Patreon.
Excuse me.
Yeah, cheerio.
Yeah, cheerio.
Your skill has increased.
Imagine, if you will, you are going to prosecute a former president. You know it's going to be contentious, unpopular even. It's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight. So of course, you're going to be as careful as possible. You take every possible step to avoid conflicts of interest. Because
Thank you, Legal Eagle, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Well, you, my friend, are of interest because
Oops.
you know that you're going to be under a microscope. Well, you, my friend, are not Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis, who apparently did none of those things. Our resident prosecutor Spencer the Scowlowl will unpack this entire cluster debacle and explain how it turned into a giant
Why are all the politics debacles now?
So our days of our lives.
The
legal soap opera whose writers
Excuse me.
ago. It's like Lost and Suits got together and made a terrible, ugly baby. You
Lost
got
in
sex,
suits.
money, power, betrayal, and vengeance. Allegedly. Let's remind ourselves of the cast of characters. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis, elected in November 2020 and serving since January of 2021. And for what it's worth, running for re-election in November 2024. Nathan Wade, one of 3 special prosecutors Willis hired
I cannot do
in November
anything.
2021
Okay,
to handle the Trump election fraud RICO case. And
27.
Former
Oh,
lover
yeah.
of Fonnie Willis, Terrence Bradley, an attorney and former law partner with Nathan Wade, who represented Wade in Wade's divorce proceedings, but who also separated from his legal partnership with Wade after an allegation of sexual harassment.
Okay, here we go.
Michael Roman, one of the RICO defendants and former director of Election Day operations for the Trump 2020 campaign. Ashley Merchant,
Deleted.
defense attorney for Michael Roman and friend and confidant of Terrence Bradley. Robin Yurdy, a former friend of Willis's, who was essentially told she had to resign from the DA's office or would be fired for unspecified reasons. Donald Trump.
I get along with everybody.
And finally,
I get along with
Scott
everybody.
Mack, the judge presiding over the
It's really funny to see. It's really funny to hear Trump say, "I get along with everybody."
Incoming Tau.
Yeah, skycat.live. Yeah, you can have my water crystals. This guy wants water crystals. Wub wub. Okay, and there we go. Okay, back to the legal.
case. And lover of his wife, probably? I mean, he seems pretty normal. Oh, and there are a ton more. Supporting cast. Through his lawyers, Michael Roman alleged that Willis had a romantic relationship with Wade and hired Wade in an elaborate kickback scheme to enrich herself. Roman filed a motion to disqualify Willis, her office, and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office from further prosecuting this matter. The motion also sought dismissal of the indictment, but that was like the Hail Mary that really
Hail
had a
Mary.
chance if the evidence developed extremely favorably.
Trump says, I get along with everybody. Is that really what your self-image of yourself is? You said it with conviction. Do you really believe that you get... I mean, now, Trump can still walk in the room, and I doubt anybody will swing on him. So I suppose, you know, I guess he does sort of like get along with everybody in reality. I suppose. Yeah. Yep, me too. Need it for the Octave Club. Was a pleasure tanking with you, buddy.
Incoming Tau.
Moving fast. Yeah, been 3 days for me. About 8-10 a day. Yeah. When I logged in today, I was 22. 22?
Incoming Tau.
22? 22 to 29, I think. Hells yeah. Yeah, that's gifted. The help is part of it.
Incoming
So you
Tau.
can. Go hard, man. This is the year to do it.
Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
Very good.
Incoming Tau.
I love this game though. Church. Yep.
Incoming Tau.
I have 2 of the 3. Still
Incoming
got
emote.
a lot to do. It's on my list, but Octave is above it.
Incoming Tau.
They're all the same.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah, it's harder. Longer. Long fight. Like, I don't know. 15, 20 minutes each boss.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah. They call it Pet Burn. Pet Burn is the superior raid.
Incoming Tau.
getting many pet classes in one place takes an LS.
Incoming Tau.
Don't. If you intend to solo anything, be aware that BST sub all charms are very
Incoming
likely
Tau.
to land. So if you need to solo something else, BST sub is strong. On Horizon.
Incoming Tau.
On retail, BST sub sucks. The charm fails. It doesn't here.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah. Retail not like that. Gotta go, gotta leave, gotta leave now. What is it that I am doing? I'm not leveling FFXI anymore today. I've spent 6 hours doing it. Gotta go to... Yes. No, it's always been whatever your highest BST level is, it'll match, yeah. Yep. So I look at BST now as a utility, like...
Incoming Tau.
Or... Dance sub. And thinking about Dork, BST, that's like...
Incoming Tau.
Yeah, Relic is... Yeah, relics are here. Like retail and here both.
Incoming Tau.
Can do both. There's a .bat executable. Can't do both at the same
Incoming
time,
Tau.
however. Oh, I didn't, I'm sorry. I don't understand what two are getting in this. I'm sorry. I'm locked out of my retail account.
Incoming Tau.
Tens of thousands of hours on retail and FFXIV.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah. That was 3 from Nats on Nasomi. birth certificate.
Incoming towel.
But the birth date I put in doesn't match. And they won't do anything. Yeah.
Incoming towel.
Mistyped birth year.
Incoming towel.
Yeah, there was all kind.
Incoming towel.
I've never been banned. Proud of that. Never had a reason to.
Incoming towel.
Yeah.
Incoming towel. Incoming towel. Incoming towel.
Yeah.
Incoming towel. Incoming towel. Incoming towel. Incoming towel. Incoming towel. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
Where am I going? I'm done here, I think.
Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
Getting better, but I'm getting better because I know the triggers. Cheater being one. Getting triple beamed all day.
Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
You can, don't. The harassment is unreal.
Incoming Tau.
One can do anything. Should you? Fear public speaking.
Incoming Tau.
GD.
Incoming Tau.
Discretion, huh? I can appreciate.
Incoming Tau.
Oh! Oh, yes. Privacy, huh? I understand. Yeah. This job isn't for... Yeah. I'm very lucky in that
Incoming
I'm
Tau.
able to do this. I've been a public figure before. Yeah. I see.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah. You're a good person. I like discretion. Discretion is the better part of valor.
Incoming Tau.
I'm perfect. I never lose. I'm kidding. What else? So, I'm not leveling in anymore. Got caught up in a conversation. I want to switch over to Mortal 2 now. Mortal 2? No. Well, yeah. Maybe I'll do a couple rounds of Fortnite. I don't know. Fortnite? Fortnite. Yeah, I'll probably do Fortnite. Yeah. I don't know what I want to play. I want to play EvE, FFXI, Immortal. But I think I will probably run Fortnite Zero build. Fortnite Zero build. Yes.
Kent's lawyers and other defendants
Think
joined
about
the motion.
that. No, I will do Mortal 2.
Threatening to derail the entire Fulton.
No, oh no. You know what I need to do is WoW Sod. So I'll get on WoW Sod. That's something I do need to do. My rest set is probably capped now, and I need to go burn it. So we'll do that. Yeah. Let's see. I have to go change the title. Yeah, which I don't think that it'll let me do right now. Let me see. Mortal 2. Will you let me do that? Oh no, I'm gonna go play WoW Sod. WoW Sod. Yeah, let me do it. Yay. Okay, and then gotta come over to the rest of it. So somewhere here is the rest of it. I don't need you anymore, or you, and I'm going to... Yeah, so, yeah. And we're going to change the title now. Yeah, public, and then save, and there we go. And, how's my tablet monitor? Is good. And we're going into... Mode Online 2. No. I'm going to go into WoW Sod. Yes, I forgot. Yes, and Battle.net always requires my password on VPN, which is kind of annoying, but I get it. So, do we need to patch? No, apparently we don't. But what I do need to do is get my mods in order, which will be like Curse Forge, which I don't know if I have. I think I do. Yeah, I do. I've got it. Cool. And now we will go play some WoW Sod. I will I have a friend who seeks perfection, and that the operative word seeks, right? She seeks perfection. The woman I love, she seeks perfection. And she's the only person I know of that could ever reach it. I'll put it that way. Now we go. Now, gotta go to. No, we're staying on Nin, but I'm going to stay on this server, and I'm going to change... No, I'm not staying on Nin. I'm changing to Beastmaster. Ninja is level 29, which, you know, it is a GIMP sub, but it's not a badly...
Incoming town.
It is not a... Don't. It's a solo player's venue. Doing this for partying, right?
Incoming Tau.
Yeah. Yeah, BST is for solo. I didn't either until I started streaming.
Incoming Tau.
And I still do a lot of group stuff. But I prefer solo. Because I play 3 games at once. Okay, so we're going to update. There we go.
Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
F no. School and work sounds great. But I am a streamer now. I'm a streamer now. Okay, Action Camp Plus, all the things, Auctionator, Bagman, Bartender, Deadly BM, Deadly BM, Deadly BM, DBM, Deadly BM. I never thought about it that way. And man, I had a Deadly BM guideline, handy, yeah, it's all good. Okay, so, okay, we're firing up WoW now, which I haven't done in 6 days or something like that, because I must level...
Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
Okay, now, I am trying to... Oh, yeah, I am trying to log on WoW.
Incoming
Yeah.
tab.
Play. Play classic. Ah! Much respect. Yeah, very crucial, important role in society. I like notary publics too. Needed. So, oh yeah, I am firing up WoW, but you didn't fire it up for some reason. Why? Go. Yes, you. Go. Go now. Why aren't we doing what I told you to do? Go. Yes, you. Go. I'm gonna turn the video back on. There we go. Fannie Willis debate, right, in Georgia. I want to start over because I kind of missed it.
You are going to prosecute a former president. It's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight. So, of course, you're...
Why is it a hard... Like, the man's up for 200 felonies. Why is it a knockdown, drag-out fight?
You take every possible step to avoid conflicts of interest because you know that you're going to be under a microscope. Well, you, my friend, are not Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis, who apparently did none of those things. Our resident prosecutor Spencer the Scowl Owl will unpack this entire cluster debacle.
Explain
how it turned into a giant soap opera.
Like
Yeah, what?
sands through the hourglass. So our days
Our politics embarrass us with their ineptitude. These are the ineptitudes of our lives. These are the ineptitudes that we're stuck with like some kind of albatross around our neck. We love them, but boy, they're fucking incompetent. I'd do EvE 75 first, buddy. What's your plan
Incoming
for
towel.
income? Ridiculous. Yes, they do. Sweet. Okay. Well, then...
Incoming towel.
You should take Relic Nin. It's the best. Good. Let it happen.
Incoming towel.
Yep. What is this, a raid? Do this for fun, yo.
Incoming towel.
War. Double attack. Home on. Dusk, all that. Caught charm.
Incoming towel.
Nin sub with knee. Crit both attacks. 1200 white damage.
Incoming towel.
And shiz like Lemia. And there's the Dark Skill Chain.
Incoming towel.
Dark is second best after Relic Nin. Metallic dark. Third being
incoming Tau.
debatably either Sam or kind of the same thing, sort of. Yeah, the APOC is superior.
Incoming Tau.
Or was my main. If Visa is your income, range is the clear choice. It's the most fun. But
incoming Tau.
It's not roll face. You stand there till mobs 60%, because any more, you're tank.
Incoming Tau.
Then you one shot. Core. Core is coming. I love Core. Core is so good.
Incoming Tau.
Resets all 2 hours too. Be some months before it hits. But it looms.
Incoming Tau.
It's free forever. Not going anywhere. I think of this like I do EvE. Either they'd have to take the grid down to kill it. Unable to reconnect. Why? Why didn't you connect in the first place? Oh, because I had two running. Okay. Yeah, we go back. Sorry, I got caught up in a conversation again. There we go. And now
together and made a terrible, ugly baby. You've got sex, money, power, betrayal, and vengeance.
breaking the law for multiple felonies and such. Yeah.
Let's remind ourselves of the cast.
Allegedly.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis, elected in November 2020 and serving since January of 2021. And for what it's worth, running for re-election in November 2024. Nathan Wade, one of 3 special prosecutors Willis hired in November 2021 to handle the Trump election fraud RICO case. And former lover of Fonnie Willis, Terrence Bradley, an attorney and former law partner with Nathan Wade, who represented Wade in Wade's divorce proceedings, but who also separated from his legal partnership with Wade after an allegation of sexual harassment. Michael Roman, one of the RICO defendants and former director of Election Day operations for the Trump 2020 campaign. Ashley Merchant, defense attorney for Michael Roman and friend and confidant of Terrence Bradley. Robin Yurdy, a former friend of Willis's, who was essentially told she had to resign from the DA's office or would be fired for unspecified reasons. Donald Trump.
I get along with everybody.
I get along with everybody.
The judge presiding over the RICO case. And lo his wife, probably.
I get along with everybody. I
he
can't
seems pretty
believe that's what he thinks.
Oh, and there are a ton more. Supporting cast. Through his lawyers, Michael Roman alleged that Willis
I'm rich, so I'm totally a pleasant person. You totally want to be around me because I have money, you know? Everybody loves me. It's like this privileged child. It's
with Wade and hired Wade in an elaborate scheme to enrich herself. Roman filed a motion to disqualify Willis, her office, and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office from further prosecuting this matter. The motion also sought dismissal of the indictment, but that was like the Hail Mary that really only had a chance if the evidence developed extremely favorably. Trump's lawyers and other defendants joined the motion and added to it, threatening to derail the entire Fulton County case. The motion to disqualify accused Willis of violating laws prohibiting conflicts of interest and nepotism. At the time the motion was filed, the facts about the relationship between Willis and Wade were sparse. Before Nathan Wade was appointed as special prosecutor, he had never led a high-profile criminal case and had largely worked as a suburban defense lawyer and municipal judge. But Wade was paid well over $500,000 for his work as special prosecutor. And then the bombshell allegation that Wade and Willis were lovers, and he spent some of the money he earned on Willis, taking her for lavish dinners and vacations. In other words, a kickback scheme. The allegations came to light after Wade filed for divorce. When his wife started the process of uncovering his assets, Wade ignored discovery orders and was held in contempt of court. Oh, and by the way, Wade filed for divorce the day after he started working as a special prosecutor for Fulton County. Willis didn't deny having a relationship with Wade. Instead, she went to a historically black church and gave a speech decrying the inquiry as racist.
I appointed 3 special counsel, as is my right to do. Paid them all the same hourly rate. They only attacked one. I hired one white woman, a good personal friend and great lawyer. A superstar, I tell you. I hired one white man, brilliant, my friend, and a great lawyer. And I hired one black man, another superstar, a great friend, and a great lawyer.
She noted that the other 2 special prosecutors, who were white, weren't subjected to any scrutiny. Eventually, Judge McAfee held an evidentiary hearing over multiple days. And boy, was it something. Wade testified that he met Willis in 2019 at a conference, and they became friends. His romantic relationship with Willis started after his appointment as special prosecutor sometime in early 2022.
Tigers aren't cheap.
He testified that when he went on trips with Willis, he would pay with his card because she was concerned about her safety, but that she would reimburse him for her portion in
VST
cash.
can kill
He also
Ellies
testified
and
that he wasn't dating anyone in 2020 because he was focused on a cancer diagnosis.
And the seals.
Yet Wade's credibility took a pretty big hit. He was questioned about his answers to interrogatories filed as part of his ongoing divorce case. A May 2023 interrogatory asked Wade to disclose any sexual relations he had during his marriage, including during the time of separation and up to the present. He responded, none. Another interrogatory asked Wade to identify any and all occasions in which he entertained a member of the opposite sex from date of marriage to the present. Wade again answered, none.
When did your romantic relationship with Miss Willis begin?
Yeah.
2022. When? In 2022.
37, so...
Early 2022.
Both answers were, of course, utterly false. Wade tried to explain that his marriage was irretrievably broken in 2015, and so he didn't consider anything after 2015 to be during his marriage, despite the fact that he was still legally married, and the interrogatories clearly stated from the date of marriage to the present. The law has a technical term for this. Willis's testimony about the relationship largely tracked Wade's. When questioned about her reliance on cash, she explained that she always has cash on hand in her house. She said her father taught her to always have at least 6 months of cash around at all times, and to always have $200 in your pocket on a date, so that if a man acts up, you can go where you want to go.
When you meet my father, he's going to tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house.
And Willis testified that her relationship with Wade ended in the summer of 2023, not because of the prosecution, but because they had different views on gender equality.
Mr. Wade is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a
Incoming
sandwich.
Tal.
John Floyd, Willis's father, largely corroborated Willis's testimony, both about the cash and about the timing of the relationship with Wade.
Your Honor, I'm not trying to be racist, okay? But it's a black thing, okay? You know, I was
Incoming Tal.
trained, and most black folks, they hide cash or they keep cash.
He testified that he didn't meet Wade until 2023, but that he did meet the
Don't have
boyfriend
to
Willis
share.
dated in 2019 and
It's okay.
2020, who frequently visited the home Floyd shared with Willis at the time. He was a disc jockey or something.
Yeah,
and Floyd
that's
nicknamed
that's
him
outside the
Deuce.
box. I like that.
According to Floyd, Wade was never at the house during the period that Floyd lived with Willis from 2019 to 2021, unlike Deuce. Then came Robin Yeardy, the former friend. Yeardy testified that she and Willis met in college and became good friends for many years. Following Willis's election in 2020, Yeardy accepted a non-attorney position at the DA's office. Yeardy agreed that Willis and Wade met at a 2019 judicial conference, but according to her, they began a romantic relationship shortly thereafter. Yeardy testified that Willis told her about a romantic relationship with Wade prior to Wade's appointment as special prosecutor. Yeardy also said that she had no doubt in her mind that Wade and Willis were in a romantic relationship from 2019 to 2022.
And do you understand it that their relationship began in 2019 and continued until the last time you spoke with her?
Yes.
And Yeardy said that prior to Willis's election, she observed Wade and Willis hugging, kissing, and being affectionate with one another. Yet on cross-examination, Yeardy inexplicably couldn't remember details about what Willis said and when. Even worse, Yeardy acknowledged that she was let go from the DA's office under a cloud.
The situation happened. That wasn't my fault. And I either was going to resign or be let go.
According to Yeardy, the circumstances under which she left the district attorney's office ended her friendship with Willis.
Incoming Tal.
And the two haven't spoken since. Finally, Terrence Bradley. Oh, Terrence. Bradley testified that he first developed an attorney-client relationship with Wade in 2018. Around that time, Wade approached Bradley for legal advice as he considered filing for divorce from his estranged wife, although Wade didn't ultimately file for divorce until 2021.
Incoming
Bradley then
Tal.
cited attorney-client privilege, saying he possessed no non-privileged personal knowledge related to Willis and Wade's romantic relationship. Both Wade's personal attorney and the DA's office repeatedly invoked the attorney-client privilege to prevent Bradley from answering further questions. Yet Ashley Merchant was able to cross-examine Bradley on some damning text messages and emails.
Incoming Tal.
Merchant texted Bradley, "On information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as a magistrate judge and began a romantic relationship at that time. Is that accurate?" Bradley responded, "No, it was municipal court." Well, regardless of whether it was a magistrate or municipal judgeship, that sure seems to
Incoming
imply
Tal.
that the romantic relationship started before Willis was DA. In other words, before November 2020. Merchant also had an email that she sent Bradley just days before she filed her initial motion to disqualify, which alleged that Willis and Wade were involved prior to his appointment as a special prosecutor on November 1st, 2021. Her email to Bradley included a copy of the motion that she ultimately filed. Bradley responded,
I don't want to
"Looks
do
good."
the culturally
And what makes this
insensitive
all
joke.
the worse, at the beginning of his testimony, Bradley testified that he never directly communicated with Merchant about Willis and Wade's relationship. Ugh. Does it get worse for Bradley? Oh, yes, sir. Bradley was previously Wade's law partner. On direct examination, Bradley said he left the partnership because he wanted to leave and go out on my own. But he also admitted that he had a disagreement with Wade. He refused to go into the specifics about that disagreement, though, saying it was privileged as it related to his representation of Wade in the divorce case. On cross-examination, however, Bradley admitted that an employee of the firm accused him of sexual harassment, and as a result of that allegation, he left the firm.
Mr. Wade brought to your attention the sexual assault
Incoming Tal.
allegations that you've been asked about by the prosecutor, correct?
Correct.
And at that time that Mr. Wade brought those allegations to your attention, you were still the attorney for Mr. Wade, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, your conduct as an attorney, and the attorney at that time for Mr. Wade was called into question by Mr. Wade's passing along to you allegations of misconduct, correct?
After all the evidence was heard, Judge McAfee heard closing arguments. The defendant settled more or less on 3 bases for disqualification. 1, Willis's personal financial conflict of interest in hiring Wade and then getting financial benefits in return. 2, the speech at the church. And 3, Willis's conduct in defending against the motion to disqualify, including alleged perjury on the parts of Willis and Wade. Did it end there? No. After closing arguments, Trump's attorney, Stephen Sadow, tried to supplement the record with an affidavit from a private investigator. They subpoenaed AT&T to get call and text records as well as location information of Wade's phone throughout 2021. Analyzing that data, the private investigator said there were at least 35 occasions when Wade likely visited Willis and at least 2 occasions where he apparently spent the night. And this was all before Wade and Willis testified their relationship began. Then on March 4th, co-defendant David Schaefer's attorneys filed a motion asking Judge McAfee to reopen the hearing and hear additional testimony. According to the attorneys, Cindy Yeager, co-chief deputy district attorney for the Cobb County District Attorney's Office, had numerous in-person conversations with Terrence Bradley about Willis and Wade's relationship. According to Yeager, Bradley told her in no uncertain terms that Willis and Wade's romantic relationship started while Willis was running for district attorney in 2019 and 2020, and that they used Robin Yurdy's condo prior to 2021. After watching Bradley's televised testimony, Yeager became concerned that Bradley's testimony was directly contradictory to what he told her, and she felt obligated to disclose what she knew.
Now, if I can interject for a moment, if you find yourself defending the propriety of your prosecution, you'd probably want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've suffered an injury or death in the family, got in a car crash, or are dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. It's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can get the best representation and find out what your options are from the very beginning. So just click on the link in the description or call the number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. You can click on the link below.
Okay, let's all take a deep breath. Let's talk about the law of prosecutorial disqualification. Disqualification in Georgia can happen 2 ways. First, a prosecutor can acknowledge a disqualification at the outset.
Incoming
It's
towel.
not uncommon, it happens. If the DA's son is the victim of a crime, that DA may just say, my office isn't going to handle this. Second, a defendant can file a motion, and a court can then order that a prosecutor is disqualified. There's also the issue of scope. Sometimes it's enough to disqualify an individual prosecutor and remove them from the case. But sometimes an entire district attorney's office is disqualified. When an entire office is disqualified, the district attorney is required to notify the prosecuting attorney's council of the state of Georgia, and that council is tasked with finding a replacement. Now, judges can be disqualified too. Interestingly, the bar for disqualifying a judge is arguably lower than that for disqualifying a prosecutor. Judges are supposed to be neutral and unbiased in each case, avoiding even the appearance of impropriety. Prosecutors, on the other hand, aren't just allowed to be unbiased, it's literally in their job description. 100 years ago, the Georgia Court of Appeals said this: while the prosecuting officer should see that no unfair advantage is taken of the accused, yet he is not a judicial officer. Those who are required to exercise judicial functions in the case are the judge and jury. The public prosecutor is necessarily a partisan in the case. If he were compelled to proceed with the same circumspection as the judge and jury, there would be an end to the conviction of criminals. But imagine I said all that in a good old boy accent. For a prosecutor, disqualification is only required under Georgia law when a personal interest is so strong that a prosecutor appears to be acting for his personal or individual interest rather than in his character as an officer of the law. There are 2 generally recognized grounds for disqualification of a prosecutor under Georgia law. First, a conflict of interest, and second, something called forensic misconduct. Forensic misconduct includes things like evidence tampering, but it would also include public statements by a prosecutor designed to prejudice a defendant in the minds of potential jurors, or a prosecutor injecting their own personal opinion about the guilt of a defendant during closing arguments. In this vein, Steve Sadow, Trump's attorney, alleged that Willis's speech at the church constituted forensic misconduct. A conflict of interest may arise when the prosecutor has acquired a personal interest or stake in the defendant's conviction. A conflict of interest requires more than a theoretical or speculative conflict. It has to be an actual conflict. And I'm about to bake your noodle. Actual does not really mean actual. An actual conflict just means that there's a strong possibility that conflict might arise. The stage is set, but the actors don't have to be on scene.
Am I
The whole
healing here
point of
now? I think I
disqualifying
am,
someone when
yeah.
there's an actual conflict of interest is to prevent the conflict of interest from materializing in the first place.
Gotta go
There are
to
a few basic
SM, I
categories
guess.
of conflicts of
Yeah.
interest that
Gotta
have
go to
led
SM.
prosecutorial disqualification
Fucking
in Georgia
annoying,
in the
but.
past. First, and probably pretty obviously, there's usually a conflict of interest if a defense attorney switches sides and prosecutes his former client. Second, a prosecutor is disqualified if she's a fact witness against the defendant. Third, a prosecutor is disqualified if she has a close personal relationship with a victim. Fourth, and finally, a prosecutor can't have a personal financial stake in the outcome of the prosecution. For example, if a prosecutor is paid by a contingency arrangement, where they only get paid if there's a conviction, the prosecutor is disqualified because the fee arrangement creates at least the appearance of a conflict of interest between his public duty to seek justice
How's my
and his
inventory?
private right to
No,
obtain
I'm not
compensation
ready.
for his
Oops.
services.
I forgot
Unifying
that I
theme
just
behind
looted
these
the mailbox. Yeah,
is that a
I have to go
prosecutor
sell
must
again
not
before I
seek a
before I can
conviction
leave.
for an improper purpose or using improper means. If a prosecutor could switch sides to prosecute a former client, for example, she would have inside information that could potentially violate the defendant's right to a fair process. Similarly, if the prosecutor has a financial interest in the conviction, then this conflicts with the prosecutor's duty to seek justice. If a prosecutor is a close personal friend to a victim, this conflicts with the prosecutor's duty to seek public justice.
Jesus Christ,
rather
that's
than
a lot of
resolve
people.
A private vendetta. Now, this whole thing isn't the first time we've seen disqualification in this case. Willis and her entire office were disqualified from prosecuting Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones as part of the 2020 election conspiracy because the two had a political rivalry. When Jones moved to disqualify Willis, he was the target of a grand jury investigation into the facts of this case. Jones was serving as a state senator and was the Republican nominee for lieutenant governor. Willis had endorsed his opponent and held fundraisers for the Democratic candidate. Judge McBurney ruled that this was a clear conflict of interest warranting disqualification. Judge McBurney concluded that this choice, which the district attorney was within her rights to make, has consequences. She has bestowed her office's imprimatur upon Senator Jones's opponent, and since then, she has publicly, in her pleadings, labeled Senator Jones as a target of the grand jury's investigation. This scenario creates a plain and actual and untenable conflict. Any decision the district attorney makes about Senator Jones in connection with the grand jury's investigation is necessarily infected by it. Judge McBurney agreed that with respect to Senator Jones, Willis's prosecution looks suspect because any effort to treat Jones differently from other subjects of the investigation, even if justified, will prompt entirely reasonable concerns of politically motivated prosecution. Is Senator Jones being singled out because of a desire to further assist the Charlie Bailey campaign? The judge ruled that any investigation of Senator Jones would benefit Willis's preferred candidate, so she was disqualified from prosecuting.
Gotta go to
Wait a
Dark
second.
Elementals because
How
I
does that
need
fit into the
income.
categories that
Oh
have
yeah,
led
and I gotta
to
get all this
prosecutorial
stuff off me
disqualification in the
too,
past
which
in
I don't know.
Georgia.
I don't even know if I can
Well,
fit it.
while it's not a
Oh wait,
financial
yes I
stake,
can.
Judge McBurney clearly thought that Willis obtained something
Well, I don't know. Maybe
personal
I'll just
benefit
keep
from
this stuff on
prosecuting
me.
Senator Jones.
Oh, I don't know.
That's enough, according to
Never
Judge
mind, I can
McBurney,
just put
for
stuff
an
away.
actual conflict under Georgia law. But
Yeah,
Judge
not the
McBurney also said something
jack-o'-lantern.
interesting in a footnote. A mere appearance of impropriety is generally not enough to support disqualification, except in the rarest of cases. This is one of those cases. Remember, kids, always read the footnotes, because in this case, Judge McAfee certainly did. You see, while the hearing was going on, the lawyers focused most of their time on details of Willis and Wade's relationship, from when it began to who was paying for what. Judge McAfee, though, seemed caught up in what standard he should be using to decide disqualification. Where does the appearance of impropriety fit in? In 2017, the Georgia Supreme Court addressed the issue of whether a district attorney should be
Oh, good.
disqualified
The
in
ice
a
belts
murder
popped.
case. In Battle v. State, the
Money!
murder victim's mother was a longtime employee of
Oh
the
wait, there's
district
another
attorney's
WoW
office.
client running.
When
Why?
the defendant argued that the DA's office should have been disqualified on that basis, the court said this.
I'm gonna
Certainly,
close Curse
a
Forge
conflict
and
of
then.
interest or the appearance of impropriety from a close personal
Oh, did I?
relationship
Yeah,
with
I
the
changed.
victim
I don't
may
know
be
if I
grounds for
changed my YouTube
disqualification
title
of a
though.
prosecutor. But here, there was no evidence that either the district attorney or the assistant district attorney directly prosecuting the case had any conflict of interest or a personal relationship with the victim or his mother, or any personal interest in obtaining the sought convictions. If you read that closely, it looks like the Georgia Supreme Court distinguishes two different grounds for disqualification: conflict of interest and the appearance of impropriety. And the court seems to view the relationship between the DA's office and the murder victim's mother as falling more under the appearance of impropriety category rather than a potential conflict of interest.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how McAfee took it. McAfee issued his ruling on Friday, March 15th. He found that the defendants failed to meet their burden of proving that the district attorney acquired an actual conflict of interest in this case through her personal relationship and recurring travels with her lead prosecutor. McAfee noted that paying Wade by the billable hour is unexceptional and common in the legal profession.
Incoming tell.
Also that the $250 per hour rate was relatively low for Atlanta given Wade's years of experience. Wade was limited to 60 hours of work per month unless he received permission to work more, and there's no evidence that Wade ever received such permission. And perhaps most importantly, McAfee pointed out that Wade wasn't Willis's first choice. She had offered the special prosecutor job to former Georgia Governor Roy Barnes first, but he declined.
I told D.A. Willis I'd lived with bodyguards
incoming tell.
4 years, and I didn't like it, and I wasn't going to live with bodyguards for the rest of my life.
McAfee spent numerous paragraphs in his order looking at Wade and Willis's travel and expenses. In the end, he concluded that there just wasn't enough evidence to say that Willis hired Wade in a kickback scheme, or that Willis was motivated to indict and prosecute the case because she had an interest in financial gain. Now that's not to say that McAfee took Willis and Wade's reimbursement practice at face value. He acknowledged that the practice may be unusual and understandably concerning. Most damning, McAfee described the whole affair as a tremendous lapse in judgment and described Willis's testimony as unprofessional. While he couldn't find an actual conflict
I need
of interest,
Emperor's hairpin, but that's going to be impossible.
Other forums or sources of authority,
I
such
really
as the
need
General
it.
Assembly, the Georgia State Ethics Commission, the State Bar of Georgia, the Fulton
I'm going to
County
go out
Board of Commissioners,
to
or the voters of Fulton
Zarkabard
County may
and
offer
just sit at the
feedback
Dark
on any unanswered
Elemental.
questions that linger.
And, you know, XP doesn't hurt, and I'll try and get money, and I'm not going to actively try very hard.
According to
but I
him,
mean,
the effect of this speech
sorry.
was the
you know, but I mean, yeah, like sitting around in the Mog House isn't really gonna get anything done here. I'm just gonna go out there and fucking sit there and farm the Dark Elemental over and over again. I'm gonna mine ice on EvE here and gamble. I gotta fire up the second account. There we go. And then and I'm going to make my way to SM, and when I'm all set on all three clients to farm Dark Elementals and mine ice on EvE, and then and I'm making my way to SM now, which is probably a lot safer than it used to be, but I mean it's still a busy server, so we'll see. I don't know, I could get ganked here, but I don't care. It's whatever. No, it's not like it matters on SOD. It's not, excuse me, it's not hardcore. And so, yeah, and then I'll sit and I'll run an SM Cath. I'll build an SM Cath. Let's see how the looking for group looks. It doesn't look as busy. Oh, wait, yes it does. Wow, yes it does. Never mind. That's going faster than it was before. Yeah. So I don't know how hard it's going to be to get a Cath, but I'm going to try and get a fucking Cath. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I got a Cath the other day, 4 or 5 days ago, and I'm full rested now. I want to get like a full level off each Cath, and I'll just run 3 Caths and be done with leveling in something like, 5 hours over 15 days. About 2 hours each 5 days or something like that. And then I'll reach 40 and I don't have to play SOD anymore. Because I don't really want to play SOD. I like SOD. And I love my Feral. And I think one day this will really pay off that I did this. But I am not, frankly, really looking forward to this stuff that much. Not like my friends were. I'm not really enjoying SOD that much. But I do, however, want to hit 60 so I can say that I did. And then I want to go to the solo self-found and see if I can take a rogue to 60. I've always meant to really finish hardcore, but I just haven't had the patience to do it right. And I'm constantly AFK. And plus, the charm of WoW is dead for me. The charm of returning to WoW is completely fucking dead to me. And, like, oh, now there's a 34 Tauren Druid. I could fucks with him. Could gank him. I mean, I don't know. Let's